5, 6, finding bliss when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. 7, 8, feeling brave, but you never really play this game. 9, 10, feels like heaven, you're crying cause you wanna stay. Quick fix, finding bliss when you feel the heartbeat inside. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? When you're drunk, 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 when you're drunk. Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a lovable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, and I'm getting high. Do you believe in magic? Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a lovable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
to be luck. You used to be funny. We used to have time. Time without money. We used to feel bad. We used to look sad. We used to have luck. And time without money. We seem to have the time it took. We used to have our things in place. Now reel me in, I've gone too deep. Forgotten what you used to say. We used to have time. We used to be careless. We used to look sad. But we couldn't care less. We seem to have the time it took. We used to have our things in place. Now reel me in, I've gone too deep. Forgotten what you used to say. Do you feel it? We used to feel it.
Me feeling like a firebolt high in the sky, looking like a thunderstorm. Oh, here we go, 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 go. You're easy to remember, so hard to forget. Baby, it's a coward way you strut. Oh, how could I not worship every inch your feet have touched? Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. There's no more clouds on the freeway. Now tell me you'll stay. Gonna now and last someday. Here we go, go, go. Rose bed, fancy hotels, girl, you know. Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. And we'll stay in bed all day. Make love in every way. Baby, run away with me. You kill the lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. Oh, baby, run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. You make my heart believe.
the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and to let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, meaning how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Intended for mature audiences, but you're the only one I got, so this is what we're going to work with. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be a great show tonight, and I'm feeling good tonight. Even you might have even noticed a little substitution in the music intro, and that was the benefit of our guest. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a great show tonight. We have backstage right now. We have Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee. That's a lot to say. She's awesome. And we're going to have a great talk tonight. She is, I don't know if she's a liberal, leftist, or whatever, but we're going to find out. I don't remember from the other night. I was really busy. And but we're going to have a great time with that. Just as always, guys, the grift rules. Let's not forget the grift. I know it's been a tough week, but let's keep that grift coming in. And just, to go ahead and get the public service announcement. Well, I'll do the public service announcement here in a minute. And I'm just going to go ahead and cut the monologue a little short tonight and go ahead and bring out Big Papa Buckaroo. And there is Big Papa Buckaroo. What's up?
Not much. How are you doing today?
I'm great, actually. I'm going to go ahead and play the public service announcement. So during the show, you guys may feel the urge in chat to spurg, pound on your keyboard, yell, scream, whatever. And in the event that you feel that way, I just want you to remember.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
It's a public service announcement. I have to make it because we got a bunch of spurgs out there. So,
It's necessary. I support it.
You support that?
I support it.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I can tell already. I don't actually know really anything about you except that you seem to be female. You live in Seattle, and you at least lean left and maybe be like full-fledged leftist. I don't know. So let's do an introduction for the chat out there.
Yeah, I live in Seattle. I'm actually moving to Pennsylvania for about a year in a couple weeks. But yeah, I'm very, very, very far left, I would say. I'm in Seattle, and I'm like progressive in Seattle. So
I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is it true that depression is like a huge deal?
Yes, actually, yeah. Seasonal depression specifically, because we just don't get the sun. I remember like there was one year, I think there were like 72 days where we hadn't seen like a clear sunny sky. And they were counting. It had like rained every single day.
They were counting the days of no sunshine.
Yeah, they were like, we still haven't seen the sun.
What the hell?
Like every single day. Yeah, it was wild.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is an issue. Yeah. And the vitamin.
That could explain the leftism, severe depression.
Yeah, that would explain Portland. Actually, that would explain whatever happens in Portland whenever they riot.
Oh right. Oh really? So that was I actually I raced in Portland once at PIR, and we actually it was actually depressing the whole time I was there too. As a matter of fact, we were outside pole, and then at the start, and then we led a good chunk of the race, and then went out with a broken transmission with like a lap to go. Like the shifter broke. Like it was the dumbest thing ever. I was like, God damn it. Anyway, Pentuple says Pennsylvania will fix you. That's probably true. You'll be up there next to Rob Knorr, Normal America. Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, my whole family's from Pennsylvania. That didn't fix me. Yeah.
Are they all woke? Or are you?
Yes, they're all woke. I mean, I would say I'm maybe a little bit more progressive than them, but like not that far.
Okay. So
they raised me to be this way.
Okay. Let's talk on a. What do you consider progressive?
What do I consider progressive?
Mm-hmm.
Like, sorry, my cat is very needy.
That's okay.
I guess in what ways, like socially or policy wise? Like I would say being pro LGBT rights. I would say being pro abortion, pro big government and taxes. Maybe not that strongly, but I would say progressive. I'm just like everything you can imagine a progressive being.
You just kind of agree with it. You sign off on all of it.
Yeah, a lot of them I just end up agreeing with.
Gotcha.
Except for I don't agree on banning guns. I'm like far enough to the left that I would say I'm back on being pro guns. And then I don't agree with all of this social. I don't agree with all the behaviors of leftists. Okay, I agree.
I want you to hang on to that, but I got to ask, when you say gay rights, what do you mean? What rights do they not have that normal people have? Although to be honest, I feel a little treacherous saying that because I consider gay people normal, just fucked up a little bit in the head, but they're just normal people. So I find it really offensive that the leftists tend to single out gay people like that. But that's okay. We can get into that later.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for gay people specifically, I would say there aren't as many issues like policy wide,
Hmm.
but I would say for trans people, that is like currently an issue. You know, it's a big discussion as to like whether trans people are even allowed to get treatment for being trans in
That's
society, you know?
that's an interesting concept, and this is going to be something in the debate tomorrow because you notice I don't know if you know this, but Trump just directed the Department of Defense to um, anyone that I guess professes to be gay and trans. I guess trans is kind of like you don't necessarily have to be gay to be. I don't know. Anyway, um,
You don't have to be gay to be trans. You're correct.
yeah. So, but if you have gender dysmorphia, they're probably gonna be relieved from duty, and they're gonna get medical help for that because as far as the military is concerned, it's a mental illness, right? And I think that's probably true. So they're gonna get help. Yeah. So good for that. Good for
Yeah,
them.
yeah, I do think people deserve access to like treatment for any issues they might have, which I wouldn't say being trans, from my perspective, being trans isn't the illness. The illness is gender dysphoria,
Sure.
which just happens. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of discussion as well amongst the trans community as to like where the line is for what is and isn't
Right.
trans.
And it's
Yeah.
interesting because you have these people who actually never talk to trans people and never talk to the people involved in that community. And they really and this is always leftists do this. People on the right are actually, I think, really curious and we want to know. And we're not, I mean, we're perceived as being judgmental because we want to know. But like the most vicious, angry people I know are trans people that, for whatever reason, think that they're being misunderstood when we're trying to understand you. You know, and when we label it as a mental illness, that's because it is based on gender dysphoria, which is often anyway, which is an illness, right? I'm probably going to get canceled like shit, but whatever. Anyway,
Well, I mean, gender dysphoria is an illness. That is like a diagnosable.
sure, yeah, that's a diagnosed
problem.
illness.
And so if you're talking about
And
the gender dysphoria, then
so-
I don't think you should be canceled for that front. And, you know, for the rest,
yeah,
I mean, I agree. I think people on the right are very curious, especially because a lot of them just don't like I was a part of the Gay Student Alliance at my school. Like I
yeah,
know a bunch of trans people. I've
mhm,
interacted. I've been a part of these communities.
right.
So to me, some of this information is like second nature to me. But and so I think that's a part of the confusion. Really, is that there are so many people who like know it and have known it for years, and they just kind of expect everybody else
What?
to meet them where they are when it comes to their progressive values. And I understand that. I especially understand trans people feeling, you know, isolated and alienated.
But they do that to
But
themselves mostly, though, right?
mm, I wouldn't agree because I think when you don't fit into a specific like archetype in school, you're usually made to feel unwelcome. You know, even if it, regardless of gender, like even if you just have
Sure.
interests that fall out of the norm, you know,
And
you're
we
usually made
understand
to
that.
feel very alone.
So
Um,
this is actually, you've hit on something that's really important, and it's a really important distinction, right? Like, first of all, kids are mean. They just are. My 4-year-old's a terrorist, okay? I'm just telling you. 3-year-olds are terrorists. 4-year-olds are educated terrorists. And so, I mean, and then they only get worse until they're teenagers, and then they're really bad. But the kids are mean, and they're going to do things like I was made fun of because I was the poor kid. And not only was I the poor kid, I was the poor kid that everybody knew was poor, that got help from the church, that you know, like everybody like
it wasn't
and
something
I
you could just like, you know, keep to yourself. It really was like your
yeah,
it
there's
was
literally like yeah,
public.
there was
Yeah.
no like and what's really interesting to me is and locally here, I'm going to give you an example. You're going to disagree with me. It's okay. So locally here, we have a what's called a magnet school, and it's like a private school, but you
Mhm.
test into it, but
It's
It's
like
run by
between
the
charter and or between charter and private, but you can also
yeah,
have
yeah.
public
It's
students.
it's run by the state. I mean, it's run by the city, and it's trying to give a private school education to anyone who can test in, right?
Mhm.
So there was about 4 years ago a massive amount of pressure from teachers and other students for um, random students to come out as gay. Like basically everybody wanted, everybody and or whatever. And it got to the point that kids weren't going to school because they weren't gay. They knew they weren't gay, and they were being pressured to be gay. Um, and it caused like a huge, huge mess here. And so kids are mean. Like they're just mean. And so I think if you're going to, but again, as the Japanese say, the nail that stands up gets hit, right? Like
Mhm.
if you're going to be if you're going to try and stand out, if you're not going to just kind of go along to get along um like I did, everything I could honestly to blend in and not be the poor kid. But unfortunately, you can't hide that. And but if you don't do that, then you're going to get kids are going to make fun of you.
Yeah.
So I have this really interesting dichotomy of thought in that, first of all, I don't think there's anything but gay because it's all gay, right? If men want to have sex with men, that's gay. If women want to have sex with women, that's gay, and so on and so forth, right? So it's just gay. I don't need all of the definitions. I don't need the acronym soup. I hate it with the government. I hate it with basically everything. I just don't. I mean, just say what it
Well,
is.
see,
Just boil it
personally,
down to the
I'm
simplest things.
I'm of the I'm of the mindset that we don't need any of these categories. I'm like that,
Sure.
yeah, that far. Like I don't. I'd
That's an
rather
interesting comment.
we give up the categories and accept people as they are than we keep the categories and we try to force people like into lifestyles that just really aren't suited for them, because I think everybody's going to be I say at their best when they
Hmm.
are able to live as, I don't want to say as freely as possible, but like reach a certain level of self-actualization.
I mean,
um
I kind of agree with you. I just think I probably think of it in a different way as you, right? Like I believe in uniformity, especially during school age. And I'm going to go along with what the Japanese and the Chinese and basically all of Asian thought is all the kids should look alike. They should all wear the same uniform. They should all have the same book bag. They should all have the same shoes. They should all just be the same. And all because their only focus at school needs to
should be school,
to
and
be school.
that to me is fine. Like I actually have very particular feelings about the education system that we could go into eventually,
Sure.
but um
It's it's
I
all
also
about
just want to
you.
know.
It's I know this is going to sound weird for a dude to say this, but all about you.
Hey, I
I don't
appreciate
really
it.
care.
I was gonna say, at least on, kids are mean. I would say adults can be meaner, just in different ways.
Hmm.
They're gonna be saying stuff in different online spaces. They're probably going to be trying to vote on legislation that like actively goes against you, like achieving self-actualization or even reaching treatment. Adults actually like participate in wars where kids are just mean. So I think for a lot of people, the alienation like extends further than school because it's something that, plagues them
Well,
in their daily life. And I mean,
let's work through
I
this.
think, yeah, I
Let's
think,
kind of work through this because you're really smart. So if we were to take away the idea that in school, especially school paid for by the state, your individuality is irrelevant, right? You are literally there to learn, and that's it. And obviously, school's been turned into kind of daycare more than anything else, and I hate that. I really do, especially public school.
I think, yeah, like when it comes to school, I would say one of the best, there are two things I would say.
Mhm.
First is I think, yes, school is just about, should be focused on education.
Mhm.
And individuality is something that like it's. I mean, when it comes to uniforms, I don't even want to. Okay, let me back up. Individuality is important to a certain extent, but I think that's something that can be developed in tons of different spaces. I don't think it's like necessarily being developed in only school. I would say though, you know, when people are younger, I do think they deserve a little bit of freedom to, at least as long as they're not hurting anybody, express themselves in ways that maybe they wouldn't when they're older. Because realistically, once you get to, and I'm not saying like do whatever you want, say whatever you want, call yourself rock and like all of this stuff, but if you said, you know, maybe you can call me Billy for a little bit and see how I feel like that's so much better. And
I can agree with that. I can agree with that
so
as an
to me,
adult. I can agree with that as an adult or outside of school.
yeah,
In like your like in your home, right? Or something like that. And this is, I think, where I really take issue with the left on like in a huge way, because what they generically try to do, what we have turned and first of all, let me, before I say this, would you agree with me that for all intent and purposes, school is no longer school, and it's basically daycare for paid for daycare by the state, and it's amazingly woke, and it is actually dumbing down to a large degree the youth of America. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure. So the first statement is that it's like basically childcare. I would say I disagree, but I do think there are some serious like flaws in the current education system that need to be
Okay.
addressed. That like, yeah, like we could go down a list, but
Yeah. No,
and
we really
then
have some time.
and then for them being exceedingly woke, I would say yes and no. I would say there are like, I've seen cases of a handful of teachers that have like what would, you know, like a pride flag in their room,
Yeah.
or they have something like that. I wouldn't say that's
But do you think that's
insanely
appropriate
woke,
though?
you know.
Even just that,
Yes.
you think it's appropriate?
A pride flag, yes. I
Oh,
think if a teacher
interesting.
was going around and saying every single
Well,
one of you is
hold
trans, and I'm trans, well,
I don't want to go too far away from this.
I'll
So,
just explain the flag part on my
okay, yeah,
perspective. But
go ahead.
I think if a teacher was going around and literally saying like, you are trans, I'm going to give you a new name, or like we're all gonna, you know, choose new names and all of this and
Seen
that,
that happen actually.
you
Yeah.
know, that
It's
that I
cringy, right?
disagree with. Yeah,
That's
like
cringy.
that I disagree with. I don't think you should be telling everybody they're trans. I think, you know, that's something that somebody
Yeah.
finds for themselves.
Yeah.
But when it comes to having something like a flag, I think children, as they're developing, deserve to feel supported, and it sounds silly, but safe and comfortable to a certain extent. And that's not to say
But a pride flag doesn't do that.
wait, let me finish. I think if you're in a place like in America, for example, where everybody around you does not support LGBT, does not support being gay, where your family doesn't support you being gay, where you go to church regularly and none of them support you being gay, and where you feel like you have nobody to talk to, you go to school every single day and there's a guidance counselor with a pride flag, that might be the only person that you can reach out to, where you can share like stuff about your life with them. You might not feel comfortable enough to share with your family. And so I see school as another stopgap for kids who might otherwise be harmed because they didn't feel comfortable enough to talk about
Okay.
what was really hurting them. And
All
that's and you know,
What about
that's not to say you have to sit around and like say, yeah, you're totally gay, like go be as gay as possible. That's just to say, I think
okay. I got you.
kids need to have some
What
space
about
where they can talk about how they feel, because that's just necessary for development to be able to understand.
what about the battle flag of the South? the Confederate flag. Is that okay?
I would say probably not okay.
Okay, so how is one okay and the other's not? One is
Because
our
I
Southern
think
heritage, and it was a real thing, and it's a part of history, and you can't deny it. And the
Mhm.
other is
a
the way
real
you
thing that's
feel
a part of
inside.
history, which is gay people that you can't deny.
But I don't
They
think the
both
gay
exist.
flag's
Gay
been
people
part of
have
anything.
existed forever. Okay,
The
just
gay
because there's
flag's
a
not part of
flag.
anything. There's no
I mean,
like.
the gay flag. Look. I understand the flag itself doesn't have the same imagery, but it represents a community that has also
Okay,
existed for
so you'd be
longer
okay with.
than the South, for longer than the antebellum South. I'd like to say.
Well, that flag certainly has not been around that long, but okay. Yeah,
Well, I'm
so
saying
that's
gay people. I'm saying the community it represents. Like I understand what you're saying, but I think there is a bit of difference because like nobody identifies as a Confederate soldier. People do identify as gay. People are gay. People are not Confederate soldiers
yeah, but
now.
we consider there's an entire society that identifies as Southern.
I understand. I honestly, personally think, like, if I could, I would just say people who are Southern have to choose a different flag at that point.
So this is
And
an interesting
I just,
conversation to have
I
because I don't think either flag is okay in the school unless both are okay in the school. And so I don't actually agree with any of it being in school. I can see the battle flag of the South a little more when they're teaching Confederate
yeah.
history or
If they're
when they're
teaching
actually
something
doing it.
that's
I can't
absolutely
ever see an occasion to have the pride flag at all in any school anywhere at any time. I just don't see that as being something that now I understand it happens, dude. I actually had pulled my kid out of a daycare that celebrated Pride Month for fucking 4-year-olds. Okay. That's indoctrination and that's wrong. And I pulled that motherfucker out of
but
there. And you know what? I put him in another daycare. Well, I did. My wife did. I was actually, I can't wait. He can just stay at home, but she wants him to go to daycare, which is fine. And this
to
one's
be clear,
better. I'm sorry.
oh, I wanted to say to be clear, I'm not like talking about legislation on these flags.
Right. No, we're
Talking
not
about my
talking about
social opinion
legislation.
too. Yeah. I want to be
This is
really, really
just
clear.
no.
Yeah.
This is just what I think it should be,
Yes.
right? Like and I think this is common sense, right? Like I don't agree with. I mean, honestly, if
Like
now if you left all of the state flags and you left the battle flag of the South and the Union flag and all of these other historic flags up all year round in a history
that would
class,
also be fine
that's
with me.
that's perfectly fine. But
If it's
yeah,
contextual, I understand. But that's also why I'm saying like a guidance counselor having a flag like that, I don't see as an issue because it does directly relate. Like you guys are saying, well,
well, I'm speaking
LGBT
more
is a
about
mental.
classrooms, but and
Okay,
guidance
because
counselors,
if you guys are saying
I don't even like
LGBT
guidance
is a
counselors.
mental illness and people who are LGBT, like from your perspective, I feel like that's the one place that it should be because that's the
Mhm.
one place where somebody might be able to talk about an issue with their guidance counselor that
Mhm.
they can't talk about elsewhere because again, like kids especially do need to feel some level of comfort and safety to be willing to trust authority figures when it comes to information like that.
Yeah.
And
Well, the
so
thing is I don't
and
think that children should be talking about that at all anyway. And I think that I mean, me personally, I think we've sexualized
well,
children far too much.
I
Um,
think teenagers at least, if they're already
yeah.
starting to feel this way. Yeah, I'm not talking like 5-year-olds, I
Yeah.
think I don't even know if
I'm talking like up to
yeah,
middle
like
school, early high school. Like, look, if you're a junior in high
yeah,
school,
I think the
you have a
majority
job
of this would
somewhere.
relate. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a job somewhere. You're going to class 3 days a fucking week. No, you're checked out anyway, right? If you're a
Yeah.
senior in high school, you're going to school 2 days a week, and you're working at fucking Arby's, right? So look, let's just be
Yeah,
honest
so
here. That
I'm thinking more just for people who are like actively in school and like actively going through these changes and the changes in their feelings. I think it's good to have a counselor in general that's there because it's also like, bro, how much fucking high school drama do you think that counselor is dealing with? Like I would argue probably a lot. And just having somebody there who understands the school environment and is also able to offer like support and access to other resources, I feel like that's fine.
Yeah.
Especially like when you talk about back to the battle flag real quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
In relation to that, I would say if you're talking about, you know, well, do you mean the battle flag or just the Confederate flag?
The Confederate flag is the battle
Okay.
flag. There's actually another flag that
I think-
actually is the Confederate States flag, but
Mhm.
nobody ever. But the one that everyone associates is the battle flag of the South.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I guess a part of the issue I also have with that, again, I agree with the historic, like if you're in a history room, then
Mhm.
it's fine if you have literally every single flag. I mean, I can understand why some parents might take issue with it, but I don't think
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
like wrong. You know, I don't think you're, but I think a part of the problem too is just the nature of the history of the Confederacy, of the Confederate flag, and how it relates to a fair portion of the South, you know?
Yeah.
Even and so like I understand what you're saying, and I do agree a lot of people identify with it, but I don't think
Mhm.
just because a ton of people identify with it doesn't mean a ton of other people haven't felt like actively harmed by the history of this flag in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know how you
Which
could
is why
actively
it's
be harmed
so.
by it, but let me ask you a question. There's
Well,
an
that's why I
interesting.
said of the history of it, not
Yeah,
of
yeah. I
the
don't
flag
know.
itself.
Well, yeah, actively harm. But anyway, let me ask you something, because this is an interesting thing that we've kind of landed on. Do you understand that the war between the states was not fought over slavery? It was fought over taxes and land rights, and that there was that the Confederacy existed for an entire year before they were invaded by the Union Army. Which at that point, they've been a sovereign entity, the state, for a full year, and it was all about the taxes. It had very little to do with actual slavery, and up until that point, there was almost as many slaves in the North as there were in the South. It's just winners get to rewrite history, and popular. There's a very singular point that people like to focus
That was
on.
one of the points, to be clear. That was
Well, it was like third on the list.
It was
third or fourth on the list. It wasn't the main thing at all.
On the list, slavery.
It was on the list for sure. Yeah, for sure it was. But that was because
and the taxes were about.
But hold on. But the reason that it was
taxes
the reason
were
it was on
about
the list
owning
at
land
all,
and property, right? And the property was the slaves.
Kind
It
of
necessarily included the slaves because they were considered property at the time.
But when they seceded, that it no longer had any issue. There wasn't any tax problem there. The problem, I mean, there were some other things, but the real issue is that the North were not going to the northern states were not being taxed on the slaves and indentured servants and things like that, which there were a lot of, which people don't actually realize that at the time of slavery there were more indentured servants who were white, mostly Irish, actually, Scotch
Which
Irish,
is also
I guess.
wrong, to be clear. Indentured servitude and slavery, both wrong.
Yeah, they're both. No, I'm not saying it's right.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying it's right.
I also agree that is wrong. I don't think being Irish justifies indentured servitude. To be clear,
but it isn't it interesting that nobody ever says to an Irish guy like Silvar Ogre over there. I think he's Scotch or Irish. Nobody ever says, "Man, I'm really sorry that your family was basically enslaved for 30 years." In a fucking factory in the North. Nobody ever says that to the Irish, right?
But I would also say, like, the Irish didn't experience the same kind of
Fort Sumter smoking spaceman. What you're looking for is
and sundown towns, and like, there's still a lot more that goes into the racism that like Black people have experienced in America versus the racism. What I would say is like racism, basically, that Irish people experienced, right? Because a lot of that has dissipated. There are communities of Irish people that weren't redlined. They've almost completely melted into the rest of society.
I'm not trying to draw it. I'm not running a victim Olympics here. I'm just saying that it's very interesting that nobody ever talks about the much larger portion of the indentured servants.
I think people do talk about it. It's just when they do, it's only to argue against people talking about racism in America against Black people. I've never heard somebody just start on their own soapbox about the experiences of Irish people in America. Because
but that's
somehow,
the Irish just don't care. They all became cops.
Well, is it because Irish people don't care, or is it because Irish people have now managed to like be completely integrated into society? And
well, I mean, they mostly became cops,
access.
But
okay, well, that's not
I'm
making it any better. To be clear,
I'm being facetious. It's just
I know.
It's an old 1890s thing that all the mix were cops. That's what it was. You know, all of them were cops. You know, it's just very funny. I don't know. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, and I mean, like, they did actively fight for slavery. You know, the Confederacy did have that written out. That was a part of what they were fighting.
Yeah, no, it was, but again, the main
nobody
focus
ever.
was not.
I don't remember people starting a similar level war over Irish people in America.
Well, yeah, you don't remember it because nobody cared about it, but there were lots of uprisings. There were entire town, what they call company towns,
I said a war. I said a war specifically
burned to the ground because of that.
Focus on
there was
the,
an
like,
entire even after slavery was abolished in the Appalachia, the Scotch Irish and I guess maybe some Welsh too were working in Appalachia. They were actually working coal mines, and there was actually an entire war fought on a mountainside in North Carolina with fucking machine guns left over from World War I, because at that time, obviously, we didn't have the NFA, and they literally set Lewis guns up on the fucking hillside and were shooting. And that's actually where the term redneck comes from, because all of the Appalachian guys wore red handkerchiefs so they didn't shoot each other. Yeah, it was very funny. I mean, it's just history. It's weird. But so yeah, I don't really want to go too far down that because it's such limited time. But we will have a discussion about some of this stuff later, but it'll be great. So Molly Maguire's versus the Pinkertons entire war. I mean, it was a war, but it was just it was a silent war, right? But it's fine. And the Italians were the same way. But that's where the term redneck came from. I don't know. Anyway, but anyway, so yeah, it's interesting, all the victim Olympics and the wokeness and all of that. I'm not a loudmouth history nut, you jackass.
What's the name of this history podcast? I'm trying to remember. It's hyenas, something hyenas. Yeah, maybe it's just History Hyenas. It's got 2 comedians.
Oh yeah,
good. I like it.
I love history.
Chris, I had to look it up because I wanted to make sure I got his name right. Giannis Pappas and Chris DiStefano. They've got a good history podcast. I really like.
I feel like I've heard that Stefano name before.
You probably have. I think he's been on. He's like adjacent to the Rogan comedy sphere.
Oh, you weren't calling me a loudmouth history nut. You were talking about your sister.
Oh.
Okay. All right. That's way better. That's way better. I was like, I'm not a loudmouth history nut. I just happen to retain a lot of useless knowledge.
Appalachia is the poorest folks around. I agree. Actually, I think people forget about Appalachia quite a bit. They're just and they don't even want to know how to say it right.
Yeah. What's interesting because I have relatives over there still. I mean, look, I have all of the things you hate. My family's been a part of. There was a branch of my family that owned a couple of slaves back in the day, and actually during the war, obviously everything got burned and torn down, everything. And then when they rebuilt, they actually all like came back to the same land and they worked together. It's really interesting. It's an interesting, boring ass story. You would think that there'd be like some more bloodshed and violence involved, but unfortunately, it's not. But then I had one of my relatives rode with Frank James after the Civil War, pre Jesse and Frank James. That was, I guess it was during the war and then slightly after the war. And so that's interesting, just have a weird guy in my history. And then all of the things that most people hate. One of my relatives was a riverboat gambler who had a record of knifing people. That's awesome, right? That's something to know about your relatives, right?
That is kind of badass. Yeah,
That's
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 good to know.
something. And then I haven't gone back to the Revolution yet, Smoking Spaceman. I'm sorry. I only went back as far as like the Civil War. But it gets a little murky before the Civil War. And then I had one branch of my family still to this day probably moonshines in Appalachia, and they have absolutely hidden bodies in the holler, like guaranteed, 100%. We don't even go talk to them very often, right?
Well, I take back my compliment on the moonshiners.
On what that?
I said nice when you mentioned moonshining, and then you were like, "Oh, they've hidden bodies." Well, I take
Yeah,
back
well,
nice just a little bit.
I mean, look, hey, history is violent, right? Like we're violent people. I think one of the most interesting things about Democrats is they want to use violence to control people, but then they want to control people so there's less violence. It's such an odd dichotomy, right? It's like on the one hand, oh, let's all get along, and if we don't get along, we're gonna just we're gonna have these cops over here with nightsticks beat you half to death. It's very funny. I just find that interesting, and there's I don't know. I just admit that people are violent, and they're a lot of people are borderline insane. And especially the people who say that they're very sane are the ones that I'm most suspicious of.
Yeah.
Right. Like I know that I got a lot of weirdness. Right. Like a lot of weird facts boiling around. I have interesting habits. I know that about me, but that's cool. Other people who are like, no, I'm totally normal, man. Those people scare me. So.
Yeah. Nobody's completely normal. Everybody's a little weird.
Everybody should be a little weird, right? That's what the weirdness is. What makes it work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's interesting. That's interesting. Where do you stand on I'm sorry, I never asked, because I just don't care anymore. Are you married, in a relationship? You divorced? Single? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So have you heard, and I'm sure you have because you're a normal human that lives on the internet. So what do you think about all of this red pill, body count, all of that kind of stuff? Where do you stand on this?
I think it's I mean, when it comes to red pills specifically, messy. Body count stuff, messy.
Okay, we'll get into that.
When it comes to body count stuff, I guess I just feel like that, like, I don't even know how to say it. Like, obviously it matters to a lot of people, so it's worth considering. But I think people hold it of way too high importance compared to things like just emotional competence and independence. Like there are a lot of other things that I would seek out before I'm like, well, how many people have you slept with? I feel like that's just it's a piece of information that could inform you, but you're more likely to just make assumptions about it based on your own experience or perspective,
Okay. Now you consider yourself a feminist.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a rabid feminist?
Probably. Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
Yeah. I would probably be seen as a rabid feminist. Okay.
The Raging Patriot 1776 wants to remind everyone watching that even though she is single, one cat, those are red flags, boys. Those are red flags. It's flag on the play.
True.
Crazy. How many red flags does it take before you wave off? All right. So hey, Kissy Cat is in the house. Welcome, Kissy Cat. I am so glad to see you. I hope you're feeling better. I was a little concerned I didn't see you on.
I will say I actually grew up as a dog person. I got a cat because my dad was allergic. And so I was like, I'm going to get a cat when I move out.
Hey, Kevin's in the house. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay. But I am a dog person, actually. I'm
Okay.
excited to get a dog for my cat. I think she would like it.
Okay. So the reason I ask is because if I told you that the red pill, the people who live by the red pill prescriptors cannot, the red pill doesn't function without feminism.
Hmm.
If I
I would
told
agree.
you that, do you believe that?
I would agree. Yeah.
And why do you think that is?
Well, two parts. I would say with the way feminism developed, I think, and the way that political tensions just have existed in the nation, I think the red pill, I think the red pill was developed almost out of a response to some of to some progressives, really, that people felt like were encroaching in their space. I would say sometimes it was reasonable. I would say other times it was not reasonable. I think sometimes I think people are crazy sometimes, like just on any side. And so I think, yeah, I think it developed partially out of a response to some of what feminism brought. But I also think there are some qualities that are encouraged in red pill spaces that I wouldn't say are anti-feminist.
Okay. So let me break this down. This is my
Yep.
viewpoint, and let me see if you agree with me, or see how much you agree with me, because you're going to agree with me. So red pill as a set of descriptors for men it's a good handbook. It's a good tenet, right? It's a good media file for you to pick and say, hey, men need to get in shape, work out a little bit. You don't have to
Take care of
be
yourself, value yourself.
yeah, you don't have to be Mr. Universe, but you should at least get off the couch once a week, right? Get a better job, right? Whatever job you have today, try for the next level, right? Just try and improve your life. Save some money, right? Be careful with your money. Know what money's about. Understand it. Maybe read a book, and all of those kinds of things, right? Like the descriptors, very useful. But then you have all of these different people. The problem is those descriptors map onto several different things, like the PUA guys, the pickup artist. They look at that book, or they look at that file as, well, okay, we can apply this to men improving themselves to be more attractive to women, and we can add another layer. Which, by the way, Rollo kind of did himself. Rollo went when he, even though he claims to be the creator of red pill, he just compiled some tenets from other books that have been published as far back as the 1920s. But one of the things he did is he actually wrote out, he constantly says that he did not give prescriptors, but yet he does if you look far enough. So those prescriptors map on, like, women are crazy. You have to understand the crazy before you get too involved. Women, there's some other things there.
That's where I don't agree. That's where I think it's actually
right. All
harmful.
women are going to cheat, right? Like, this is all women are going to cheat because all women have the ability to cheat. All women, and there's a lot of these prescriptors that really don't necessarily that maps on the PUA. It maps onto some self-improvement guys, the whole, the hey, let's go invest in real estate nonsense. The way they do it, not that real estate's a bad investment, but and on all of this stuff. So when you look at this red pill movement, the tenets are good, right? The bones are good, but it's been corrupted in a bunch of different ways. And the thing is that almost all of the prescriptors require women to be feminist. They require you to be willing to fuck on first dates. They require you to be an independent woman to some degree. They require you to value money over substance. all the things that feminism tries to teach women to do, red pill can't exist without that.
Although
It
I
can't.
wouldn't say feminism encourages women to put money over substance. I would agree that, like, obviously feminism has allowed for these things to exist now.
Right. Well,
So
it's sexual
obviously,
liberation, right?
yeah. Obviously, like it has to be
Birth
related to that.
control. Fuck as many dudes as you want, right? Ride the
Yeah,
cock
exactly.
carousel, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah. I think
By the way,
some
I
of
use
the
rough language. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I offend
it's
you. I
fine,
use
it's
rough
fine.
language, and it's all in humor. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to beat
I
you
know
up.
it. Don't
Okay.
worry.
All right.
I think some of the I agree that there are some good prescriptions. Like when it comes to taking care of yourself, making money. I think valuing yourself too. I actually think that's something really important that I do like from the red pill, that they actually try to teach men to feel some sort of individual value as a person, because I think everybody should feel that, and I think men especially are not afforded that same, like I there are so many gender things, but I think there are some cases where men feel like their value is only in how they can benefit other people's lives, and what they can do for others to a certain extent, like protecting someone, or being like honorable and doing this and that. I think that can happen, and so I think it's good for men to feel their own individual value that's separate from how they might lift someone else up. um, I honestly think a lot of it is just really shallow suggestions from at least from the red pill content that I've seen. I haven't seen all of it. I,
Sure.
I don't
Yeah.
spend my
No.
time watching it.
That's
But
fine.
there's a lot of more shallow suggestions that I've seen from people in the red pill, or even shallow, like shallow perspectives on the world that I think can harm a lot of young men who, like, yes, sometimes a woman will probably break your heart sometime, but I don't think that's fair enough
Well, I
to.
mean, I personally believe that women are canned evil, and you just have to select the version that you like, right? Like,
I just, I mean, I disagree, but
I'm sure. Well, you're one of them, so.
but yeah, I'm a woman, so of course I would. But I think both sides could benefit from, like, trying to understand one another, as opposed to trying to put someone in a state of mind where they're like more defensive. I do think the red pill is kind of is trying to encourage people, men, to be in a more defensive mode when they're interacting with women. Like,
Oh
if
no,
you
I think
see
they're
all
mostly
women
offensive. I think
almost
they're
as
mostly
your,
offensive.
or sorry, yes, but if you see women as like almost like competitors in that way, where you're kind of trying, you want to be with them, but you're also, it's like a battle, it's like you're conquering something.
Hmm.
I feel like that's just always going to set you up for a very specific kind of relationship, and I think there are a lot of people who don't actually want that kind of relationship when they are following all of these steps, in the same way that you were saying, like the great feminists. Like, I think there are a lot of people who watch Red Pill who don't want a woman that fucks on the first date. They don't want a woman that's
No,
like
sure.
independent and
I'm
out
just,
making their
I'm
own
not.
money.
Yeah. Again, the descriptors I think are fine. It's
Yeah,
the prescriptors
yeah,
of.
that's where I'm agreeing with you. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but let me ask you this. So, and I don't want to get all up in your business. Okay. So you don't have to answer
No,
this,
it's fine.
but let me ask you. I mean, just, do you believe that it's okay for men to be stoic? Would you prefer a
Yes.
stoic man or a man that's in his feels, that cries? Have you ever had a man
Um,
cry in front of you, and what was your
I
reaction?
have. I hugged him. I felt bad that he was
You,
crying, and I
yeah,
wanted him to feel better. But
right.
that was, yeah, but like I stayed with that man for like 4 years afterwards. So I wouldn't
Really?
say, yeah, that was a long-term relationship. And I respected him because, I mean, he had good reason to cry. Okay. He had a lot of shit going on in his life. So the stuff that he was crying about, I was like, damn, I would cry too. Like, this does suck.
Yeah.
Sometimes I
Okay.
did cry.
All right.
But I think it's fine for men to cry. I think stoicism is, honestly, I just think men should, be able to work through their feelings. If that means they need to cry every once in a while, then fucking
That's an
cry.
interesting
If that
point.
means they're going to be like relatively stoic and they might not be as expressive, that's fine. As long as they're like working through it on their own. I'm not really bothered by whether or not they're crying, especially with the amount of men that I've met who just don't cry. Like, it's, if you weren't raised following this habit of like, I'm overwhelmed with emotion, I'm going to cry, you might not do that in the future. And there are a lot of men who were raised not to cry. So why would they just start crying every time, all the time now? Like, you know, I think as long as you're reaching some level of emotional stability, then
It's interesting. I don't think I've cried in the last 20 years, except for when my kids were born. When that was the only time.
see, if you
And
didn't
I'm
cry when
not
your
even
kids were born,
sure.
then I'd be like something strange about that man.
I'm
If you
not
weren't emotional then,
100%. I'm not 100%. I know that when my first kid was born, my wife went through so much pain because she refused the epidural up until like the very last minute,
wow,
and
yeah.
she was in so much pain that I was like I don't remember if I actually cried, but if I didn't, it was awfully close.
I mean,
But
it's scary. It's scary to witness anybody you love in like
yeah.
endless pain. You know, that's just
So
not a fun experience.
I have this interesting opinion on this, and I've watched it, and I think that there's this idea amongst a lot of women, not I won't even say most, I'll say a lot, right? That they see a rom-com and they think that actual men act that way. And so when their man or they're dating a man and he's like doesn't call them for a weekend and they find out that he went out on the boat fishing with the guys, they feel slighted by that. Or, you know, or maybe they get married to the guy and then every time he gets angry or upset or whatever, he goes to the shooting range or he goes out on the boat fishing or he takes a hike in the woods for 2 days by himself. Whatever it is, however that man deals with his specific issues. Like myself, you know, for example, I'm pretty even, but when I do get really, really angry, the best possible thing for me to do is to go the fuck away from everyone. And I will sort it out and then I'll come back and be fine. So it's very interesting to me how, I guess, popular culture has twisted how men should act. And that's one of the few things that I kind of really think that the red pill tenants get right is stoicism. I mean, they didn't start that, right? Like stoicism's been around a long time. And I think that most men should be a stoic, but that doesn't mean that I mean, I'm funny as fuck. I laugh all the time. I make other people, I had some dude on the panel last night just about to cry. He was laughing so hard, which is perfect. But being stoic doesn't mean that you don't have feelings. It just means that you are in control of those feelings at pretty much all times.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to stoicism, I guess my only comment would be that I think.
Do you prefer a stoic man?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like I prefer, yes. I don't even.
Yeah, okay.
There are so many memes that are running through my head of like my specific that like my friends and I will joke around. But yeah, typically more stoic, like calm person. I have like, you know, I'm hyper. I have kind of a big personality, so I feel like it matches me well.
Well, would it be accurate to say that that you view men or the man that you want to have a relationship with needs to be the rock that you crash on, right? Women are the water. Women are unpredictable.
Yes.
They're fluid. They're all over the damn place. Men need to be the rock that women crash on and nothing happens, right? Like you just crash, you fall apart, you cry, whatever. And men are there to just be that rock. And
to an extent,
would you agree with that?
I think to an extent, I think that is very common for people, especially before having kids. I would say after having kids, it's a little different for a lot of people. You know, like who's doing what in the relationship and, you know, who's going to who and like all of that. But yeah, I would say that does happen a lot. But I also think it shouldn't be. I also just don't think that's always fair to men. In the same way, I
Mm.
don't think it's fair to women who feel like they're, they have to always be there for their man because they're like their partner just isn't, meeting them
Mm.
in the middle. So I just think, like, personally, I just think there has to be a balance. Both partners have to feel like they're able to express themselves and like
Mm.
they're respected for how they work through their feelings. And as long as you're not doing something, as long as you're not hurting anybody and you're not threatening anybody and you're not like, punching any walls, then I think,
I mean,
working through your
if a dude
feelings
punches
maybe.
a wall and then he fixes it, is it really a problem?
I would say that's I would say yes, in that I think you should be able to control your feelings enough not to like damage your surroundings.
Mm.
The same goes for women too. I would say they should be able to handle their emotions enough not to hurt their surroundings,
Yeah.
including people. I think if you're turning around and yelling at somebody because you're upset, you're not handling your feelings right, man or woman. If you're hitting something, throwing something, yelling at somebody, like, you got to get that under control and then come back, because unless you're like somebody
Kissy
says
Cat
I
straight up
throw,
admits she throws things.
yeah.
she, she's
Well,
straight
look,
up. She's like, yeah, fuck it, I do
we're
it.
all in we're all in a different place on our journey, okay? We're all in a different place,
So,
but I
so
would say throwing not as good.
do you or any of your siblings have kids?
No,
No.
I have one sibling and he's about 14 years younger than me.
Oh wow. Okay. Never
Only
mind.
sibling, yeah.
Okay. Kids change everything. I'll agree with that.
And I was a nanny though, so I
You were a
I
nanny.
was a
Okay.
nanny. I worked at a school for a year. I was a counselor, a camp counselor, all of this stuff.
Mm.
And I was actually planning on going into teaching, or specifically special needs education, before I decided
Mm.
to completely change my career path. But yeah, so I think about like kids and that a lot, which is also where some of my perspective comes from. Just
Mm. So let me. So you're in Seattle? Are you working? Do you have a job? Did you go to school there? Why are you out in Seattle when your
right.
family's
I
supposed to?
my family's been here actually, so I'm
Okay.
with my family right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I left. I was working at UPS for a while,
Okay.
but I left my job to go take care of my grandmother for a bit in
Oh,
Pennsylvania,
nice. Yeah.
and
Good,
so I'm
solid
back
work.
here. Yeah. She's a great lady too. She had an accident back in October, and so I went there to help care for her while she was like getting better after the hospital. I came back to Seattle so that I could like have some doctor's appointments, and then I'm moving back to Pennsylvania to live with her for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. So let me, and just because I just want to be really invasive tonight for some stupid ass reason,
Mm-hmm.
when you do you consider yourself? I mean, you said that you're a feminist. Have you ever cheated in a
No,
relationship? No.
never.
Have your friends cheated? You known about it and you not said anything?
No, technically once, but she wasn't my friend when she told me. And I
I got
asked,
you.
like, there was so much drama around that relationship specifically. I asked like 10 people. I was like, should I be telling this guy? Like, what do I do? Like, this is so
Right.
crazy. And every single person was like, girl, don't do it. Because it was my
Gotcha.
coworkers and
Yeah.
there was all going
Okay.
on. But usually I try to, I'm
You seem
very
awfully
against
based for a
cheating.
leftist. I got to be honest with
Thank
you.
you.
I'm not getting the wokeness here. You're gonna have to
It
amp it
does
up a little bit.
exist. Let me be clear. It does
Sure. Okay.
exist. But
Okay. I believe it.
in my heart, I'm not really trying to go out and I just like being nice. I like being
Yeah. Okay.
kind and respectful. And
Hmm.
personally, there are a lot of leftists who say, the personal is, or the political is personal, and that's a part of
Mm.
why I think a lot of them bring so much
Hmm.
energy to it, because of that concept. And while I agree with that idea, I just, I find I can comfortably hang out with people who have like much, um, very differing opinions for myself politically,
Mhm.
and I'm fine. Like, it doesn't really phase me. So that's why I like
Okay.
being in these spaces chatting. I also think leftist communities can go a little unhinged sometimes. It's a bit
No,
much for
really?
me.
Come
Yeah,
on, come on.
yeah,
They're such weird people. I mean, common people.
yeah, of course. As much as I mean, a lot of my close friends are leftists. You know, it's not to say every leftist
Mhm,
is like a horrible, like, online villain,
mhm.
but there are a lot of online villains that I don't like.
Well, okay. So
Um,
let me ask you, how many of your friends are porn stars? Because aren't all leftists porn stars?
None of my friends are porn stars. You know what? I actually do
OF,
know one
OF
person
was.
who has OnlyFans that I was good friends with, but I'm not friends with her anymore. So,
You had to cut her off, right? You're like, that's too weird.
well, actually, you know what? Here's the tea. She was introducing someone else who was like much younger into legal, but much younger into OnlyFans, and that's when I was
Yeah,
like,
that's what they do.
I don't want to be friends with you.
That's the evilness. That is the evilness of the way OnlyFans works. They get these women in, and these women can't actually make that much money
Yeah,
because
yeah, they
only
make
only
like
like there's only like
only like
100
the top half percent
top
actually makes
one,
something,
yeah, top half a
or
percent, which
point
is like
or like
100
point one
women.
or something. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's like 100
insane.
women are making all the money, and everybody else is making like nothing.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
um,
which is
and
despicable.
that's
And the way it's
actually,
just being promoted to young girls is like insanity.
you know what's the
Um,
insane thing is that all these feminists are out there thinking, yeah, girl power, I'm empowered, I can sell my body on the internet. You know, the Russian guy that owns OnlyFans last year paid himself $1.3 million a day. And
mhm.
that was the least amount he could legally pay himself.
Yeah,
It was like a billion, like a $0.8
yeah.
billion dollars or some shit.
I am honestly I like reading more into choice feminism and that specific kind of feminism because, like, of course I agree that people should be able to do what they want to an extent. You know,
I believe in personal
I'm not
freedom.
on, but yeah, personal freedom, but
Mhm.
I also think there's just like there's a lot I also disagree with when it comes to
Mhm.
OnlyFans, when it comes to who's being encouraged to do it, when it comes to
Mhm.
the community surrounding it. I think, you know, I'm personally I'm sex work positive. I know people are going to hate that too. Add it to the list.
Mhm.
Um, you know, I think it should be decriminalized, but
Well,
there's
I'm sorry.
just
What
so
what
much
decriminalized?
sex work.
Okay.
Yeah. But I also think conversations around, for me personally, a lot of conversations around OnlyFans,
That's an
um,
interesting take for a feminist
also,
to have.
yeah. So I also think a lot of people discuss OnlyFans, but I think that's kind of the red herring of the discussion a lot of the time because there are still
Mm.
people who are doing full service sex work. There are still people who are
Sure.
like actively like on the streets, you know,
Mhm.
literally. And
Yeah.
so I think, you know, those are the people who are probably the most vulnerable out of everybody. And they're the ones who actually need advocacy, you know, not to say that anybody on OnlyFans doesn't deserve it or shouldn't have it, just to
Mm.
say, like, that's not really, for me, that's just not my focus because a lot of those people, from what I understand, are not in the same position as people who are like on the street, you know?
Mm.
And so
I mean,
I'd rather
it
reach
is an
out to those
interesting
communities
take.
first, support
It
them
is an
first.
interesting take. I've gone back and forth on the legalized prostitution thing because on the one hand, I believe in personal freedom. Um, but on the other hand, I believe in the good of society, and I can't see where sex work benefits society. Um, and so I kind of go back and forth on it.
Mhm.
Um, and and plus, I think it does irreparable harm to women.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it often does. I don't think it necessarily does, but I think that is often the case. I think it's like it's a job that You
I
know, to
mean,
me is like the emotional version of, the guys that are holding signs on the street. You're like, there are people who are paid more because of the um, your proximity to danger, physical
mm,
danger. And I think there is a certain proximity to emotional damage and emotional danger that is in
mm,
sex work that a lot of people just don't consider. That's not to say that I think that makes it wrong or bad, just that
mhm.
I think, you know, people have to look into this. They can't just say, oh, well, I'm going to be a sex worker because it's so easy, or I'm going to be a sex worker because I could just get money for this and that, when it's just, there's so much more that goes into it. Um,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, look, I guess I think the science is really, really clear on that the or
Oh,
at least, and look, now I'm gonna say this, but I want to caveat here. I think psychology is not a real science. It never will be. It can't be. And when people start citing
I don't
psychological
disagree.
studies, I have a degree in psychology, and I'll tell you right now, it's not a science. It's guesswork at best. Now, psychiatry, brain chemicals, and where they get in. I mean, maybe a little closer to science, but I think that the statistics, and that's the science I'm referring to, the science of statistics, math,
Mhm.
not people talking to people about their feelings. The statistics are pretty clear that women that engage in sex work have horrible outcomes in life and have massive trouble with relationships. They tend to be chronically abused and taken advantage of, not only by men, but by other women as well.
Mhm.
And I just don't, I can't see an upside there for the majority. Now, individuals, yeah, I'm sure the outlier will prove the rule that's the case, right? Like there are outliers, I'm sure, like Lily Phillips, who take 1,000 cocks in an hour and be just fine because she can mentally disassociate herself. Which, by the way, that like
Bro,
from
yeah, like
that's a fucking problem in and of itself.
I
That's a
agree.
whole
I
different
was
problem.
actually so sad when I watched that video. I was so sad. I was like
Um,
tearing up watching her cry. I was like, damn, that was painful to watch. And that actually is one of these situations where I'm saying, like, I think people aren't cognizant of the harm that you can do to yourself
hmm,
in these businesses. And I think that's a part of why a lot of these businesses, including companies just on these major platforms, that's why I think a lot of them seek out such young women in the
hmm,
first place. That's why they were looking for spring breakers, because they know that, like, the older the woman, the less likely she is to agree, because she is more likely to understand the social ramifications and the mental ramifications of something like that.
yeah.
And
I
so
mean,
it just feels predatory. And I also wanted to
it
say, I
does,
do think
right?
it's
And
the
this
I
is
do
this
think
is what I this is the problem with leftists. Women are valuable. Men have always known this. Women are valuable. And there's this very specific time in a young girl's life where she has maximum value. Whether you like to think of it that way or not, that's the way it is.
I don't.
And you literally have other women condoning and pushing them to do things during that period of time in their life where they should be finding the best mate they can. Everything is great and looking forward to a long, healthy, happy life. But instead, they're riding the cock carousel, and these other feminist women are fucking cheering it on, and it is nuts. It's the craziest thing
Well,
I've ever heard of. But even worse than that, let's just say that, okay, that's my preference. It had morale. Let's just take morality out of it for a minute and just say that, hey, she is perfectly free to abuse her cock wallet however she wants. And at the end of the day, she'll be fine. But then she's not fine, and then she becomes a ward of the state because she's a psychotic break or some other problem, or she's like Lily Phillips, who's taken 50 dudes in the back end After 1,000 in the front. I mean, come on, this is.
Mhm.
I mean, seriously, how much mental damage can you do to a young girl and be okay with it? And people are okay with that. Look, men are horrible about ain't my wife. So, I mean, whatever. But
I mean, I do disagree with some of what you said.
yeah, go ahead. Please.
So first, I guess I wouldn't look at a person just regarding their value. And so when you're talking about women are valuable, um, in what sense are they valuable and to who are they valuable?
Well,
I
they're
would say
valuable to
first and
society because
foremost,
they can birth
valuable.
children.
Well, I mean, they can birth children for, yes. Okay. I understand because you were talking about earlier, you try to look at it from like benefit to society. So I see
Sure.
what you mean on that front. I think when it comes to a woman's value to society, I think it extends past her reproductive value. Because
Cool.
I think while historically, maybe like thousands of
Okay.
years ago, your
Let
reproductive
me
value
clarify.
was like a
Yeah.
direct result.
Yeah, let me clarify. Women have value to men in a very specific way. Okay.
Well, again, that depends on the man, right? It
No,
depends on the
I mean,
man.
okay,
A woman
sure.
doesn't have the same value to her father that she does to one of her peers. A
That's
woman doesn't have the same
true.
value to her boss
That's
that
true,
she
but
does to her
okay, sure.
client, for example.
But when we're talking about sexual activity, she has value in a very specific way for a very specific point of time or length of time.
Even then, like, I guess why does it matter if she does not choose to have children in the first place? Why
Well,
does her value
I mean,
matter? But then on
that's a
top of that,
whole
like,
other subject.
why?
But
I guess it just,
hey, you know what
to
though?
me,
I think
somebody.
God made it very. God
Oh,
did a
you're
very
bringing God into it.
okay.
I
All right,
told you,
intelligent
I'm in
design.
Seattle. We don't have God here.
Intelligent design did an impressively wondrous thing. He removed the idea of choice really from getting pregnant. But now we've circumvented that with birth
I
control.
mean,
But
did he though? Because even then, you can keep in mind, like, women
I mean,
get pregnant while they're ovulating. So even if they just have a good enough, even if they're like keeping a calendar, then
that
suddenly
works
they can
okay.
decide when they have sex and
But
when they don't.
you're
Yeah,
still rolling the dice, right? Like
yeah. It depends. It depends when you're. Yeah, it still depends.
he removes that idea that literally. And I grew up this way because it's just being from the South is like if you stick your dick in it, you better be willing to marry it because you could get her pregnant. And
Mhm.
so I
Which
think
isn't.
that
That's not horrible. That's
that's a
not like
massive
horrible to think of. I
that's a
actually don't think
massive that's a massive win for nature, because if we could choose to not get, which we can now technically, to not get pregnant, it's horrible for our species. It's absolutely horrible.
I just don't know if I would agree that any one person choosing not to get pregnant is automatically horrible for the
Yeah,
species.
yeah, one person,
I
yes.
think,
An entire group of people. I mean, not that I don't
yeah, but I
support.
think humans are prone to want to have children as a
I
group, as a
agree.
society. And I think, there is actually functional value in adults who don't have children, because when you're in smaller, close communities, you actually want to have adults who aren't burdened with childcare, because then they can provide childcare for other adults. Then they can perform other jobs so that adults may, care for their own kids. So I
Are
actually
you
think there
sure?
is a functional benefit in having people
Yeah,
who aren't
we can talk about that.
parents. I mean, I have opinions about the way communities are built now too, but
Sure.
like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
there is a
We really fucked
functional
up a lot of things.
aspect of people who don't have children. And um, I think it's good to focus on a person's value more than just their productive value or reproductive value, you know?
So what value do you offer a man?
Me, like in a relationship?
Yeah.
I'm nice. I like, in what sense? Like functional
Well, I mean,
value,
and
like
so
the
I
conversations that we
know
have,
men
like
say a lot of really interesting things about it, but the reality is, and I used to say, have you ever watched the show Whatever?
I know of it.
Okay. So I used to contribute, I used to donate there quite a bit. I think over the course of a year and a half, I have no idea how much I done. It was a lot, like probably in the $40,000 range.
Wow.
So but they had this hooker that would come on. And I mean, she literally works at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch and she escorts on the side. She's a hooker. Literally the deadest eyes of anyone I've ever seen on camera. Is insane. And she was talking about, I mean, it's just crazy to watch her. And then you would have these other women come on. And one of the interesting things is when you ask them what value do they offer a man, and Casper actually kind of revved up on my line there, but I'll get it. I'll bring it back in a second. They will answer, oh, I'm a good cook. I do this. I do that. I do all of these things, but all those things men do for themselves. The biggest value
Sometimes.
to a
Depends on the
man,
man.
huh?
Depends
What's
on the
that?
man.
Well,
And
I'm talking about men.
Cooking is defined very differently by some men versus women. I will note, okay? Eating it
All
out
the
of the
world's greatest chefs, all the
one
world's
pot
greatest chefs
spaghetti
are
out of
men.
the bowl. Yeah.
But anyway, I cook very well. Anyway, so but women will list off all of these things. I can rub your feet at night, blah, blah, whatever. But a lot of them just would never get to, I can give you children and I will love you for the rest of my life. And that is the value that women really truly bring to men, because anything else we
just
can
don't know
get
if I
elsewhere.
agree. I understand, but is not the point of the relationship that like you've chosen that person? It's not just anything you can get elsewhere. It's you want kids with that woman. You want her.
Sure.
You want her companionship. And so in my
Sure.
mind, like I agree to an extent. Men can find somebody who's nice or pretty or can cook or can rub their feet anywhere. But there's a reason they're not choosing just any woman. There's a reason not any
Well,
woman is
now
choosing
that's
just any man.
mate selection
Although,
is mate
yeah,
selection
I
is
do
about,
agree. Yeah, men don't have as many options as women. I do agree on that front. That I'll never push.
mate selection is a different topic, but I'm saying that
But
if a man is attracted to you and you are attracted to a man and you say, hey, I'm gonna be a famous whatever it is that you do, and I'm gonna make tons of money and everything's gonna be awesome, and all you gotta do is stick with me. There are going to be men that do that because
mhm.
there are a lot of weak men out there.
They're going to be people that do that.
Yeah,
You know, men are weak.
but men that I think that most women want to be with, if you don't if kids aren't on the list, it's probably like, so. And there's another thing, men, we compartmentalize, we basket people, right? I don't know, have you ever heard this term where we basket people? Anyway,
A little bit.
like,
I think I've heard it once. I don't actually.
yeah. So there was a great book written about it back in like the 80s. Like when I was in college and stuff. No, actually, I was in high school in the 80s, but it may have been the 90s. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There was a great book written about it, and this woman had done all this studies on men and relationships and all that. And one of the things that they got right was, for men, we compartmentalize relationships a lot. Like I meet a woman, or when back before I was married, and I could tell pretty much right out of the gate if she was a good for now girl, a one night stand girl, or long-term relationship girl. Where women have a whole different game. Like they have like we play checkers. They play 4D chess with dudes and their emotions and shit, and that's fine. We know that. We know that. We understand. Look, men, we accept the terms of your challenge, but men do that, and so when we meet a woman, and I'm again, they're outliers and they're weak men and all of that, but all the successfully married men that I know had kind of followed more or less the same path.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a lot of people follow the same path anyway. Just
Sure. Well, it's human nature. It's this thing called human nature.
Exactly.
It's
like some of it, even if you were to like take away all of the norms we have now, we would figure out our own norms. We would like build new norms and follow that. And I think we would see a similar distribution. If you don't mind, I would like to run and use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Go right ahead. I will entertain the audience all by myself. What is up, guys? Angry Casper, I think this is the longest you've been on my channel in a while, you wild man. It is not a zero-sum game, whatever. Typos, Casper, yeah. You can stay. I like you, Casper. You're funny. You amuse me. Man, it's been popping off in the chat, man. I mean, Casper's just been rolling. So new options are born every day, Angry Casper. Every day. The interesting thing about I had this dude tell me one time, it's kind of creepy, but he was like 30, and he was like, hey, the thing is that when I was 16, I liked 20-year-old. I liked looking at 20-year-old women, and I liked hanging out with 20-year-old women. And when I was 18, I liked hanging out with 20-year-old women. And when I was 20, I loved hanging out with 20-year-old women. And when I was 25, I loved hanging out with 20-year-old women. And now that I'm 35, I still like 20-year-old women. And guess what? Women turn 20 every year. There's a new crop right around the corner. And so it was a very fucked up way to look at life, but I can see the dynamic. My Leo complex? I don't know what a Leo complex is. Us boomers are double dipping. I don't think that's right, Casper. It's okay. Be angry, Casper. It's okay. You are literally Angry Casper. It's right in your name. It's okay.
Yeah. He's really living up to the name in every way.
Ben Riley, thoughts on that's a debate we're going to have tomorrow night on the debate show, Ben Riley. And I mean, this isn't really a debate show. We're just kind of chatting, having a back and forth, a discourse, if you will. Yeah, so I don't remember where the fuck I was at, but at any rate, it's interesting that you have I mean, I think we kind of come to the same point, but from different directions, right? Except that I don't think I'd ever legalize sex work. I think that or pardon me, you didn't say legalize it, you said decriminalize it. That's two different things.
Yeah.
I don't know that I see the value in decriminalizing it. I still believe that, but I think that it should be a secondary law or a very low impact, because you are correct. There are a lot of women who just simply don't have a choice, and what they need is rather than a $400 fine, is what they need a trip down to the church to get some Jesus in their life and move along.
I don't know if I would agree that Jesus.
That's okay. You don't have to agree.
Damage. But I do agree. That is like a part of my focus on decrim is that I do think it is useful for women who need to report a crime, need to report something to the police, and otherwise just feel like they can't because there is some sort of criminal activity involved. And if somebody's being assaulted, I just don't think and they're going to report it, I just don't think they should be arrested for reporting them being assaulted, as long as
Yeah,
they're not,
I don't think they.
as long as it's not like a danger to
Now,
society at
I'm
large,
really not sure about the laws everywhere, but I think here, at least here in Tennessee, and I'm pretty sure in like New York, I maybe in California, if you are engaged in sex work and someone assaults you, you
Yeah,
can't be charged with sex work.
yeah.
You know that
Which I think should be the rule across all lands. Okay, I think if you're
yeah,
being
you
assaulted,
know,
because I mean
states' rights.
yeah, like yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I got you. I understand.
yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down. So
Yeah, I got you. So let me ask you. So by and large, I think there are far too many laws, and therefore, I think it's really true that the average person probably commits at least 3 felonies a day without knowing it.
maybe not felonies, but I do agree they're doing something illegal, even if it's not a felony.
Yeah,
I mean, jaywalking is illegal.
yeah.
Anytime you
Everybody,
jaywalk, you're committing a crime.
sure.
Jaywalking
Yeah,
is exactly how some people got deported. They were
yeah.
jaywalking and then they were arrested for
So
they were arrested and deported. So
I think that I think, you see, for me, everything's about smaller government. I want no government in my life. The less government, the better I like it. And it's interesting because I often hear people who claim to be leftists talk about decriminalizing this, or they'll talk about how the process to help people, or to get people, whatever the laws are that they don't like. Well, there are too many of them, but then the laws they don't really care about, they're like, oh yeah, that's fine, just go ahead. And whereas, yeah, I think there are a lot of people like myself that are like, no, we have just far too many laws across the board. I don't even care if this law never even affects me even a little bit. It shouldn't exist because it affects you, right? Like, and that prevents you from having a good life, which I think that most Americans should have. So not all. Some deserve to be thrown into the deepest, darkest hole we can put them in, but others do not. And I would even go so far as to say most don't. So where do you stand on that? Are you a big government gal, or where do you stand on that?
I haven't actually ironed out every part of where I stand on it, because I think obviously I have some issues with authority. I
Well, yeah,
feel like
we're definitely pulling
most
you.
people
If you're
do.
not libertarian by the end of the year, you might make it over to conservative. I don't
I
think I
don't
can
think
get
I'll
you
make
to
it to conservative,
constitutional conservative, but
but
I don't think I can get you that far. But I think libertarian probably. It's gonna pull you back.
I mean, I'm still extremely progressive, just to be clear. My progressive values are going to stay here for a long time.
Yeah.
So when it comes to libertarian, really that question would be to just like the government involvement, the level of regulation, and all of that.
Yeah.
I think there are some things that the government could be really useful for that I do support, like having some sort of welfare. I believe in welfare. I have a welfare debate coming up. I like the idea of, having some established access to education for every American. That's one of my biggest goals. One of my biggest political goals is, free, accessible education for everybody.
But we already have that.
Well, my version of education, which is my own unique, upgraded version of the education system, because I have many complaints about it. But
I do too.
yeah,
That's when my kid goes to a private school.
yeah. And I went to a private school for quite some time, and I actually loved it. I thought it was amazing. I benefited a lot from it. I also went to a magnet school for a period of time, and the quality of education I received was so high. And I know there are a lot of aspects of the education that I experienced that we could afford to every
It's not a
student
question of
in
affording
America.
it. So I did the math once, and I need to do it again, but because I don't remember, I didn't fucking write it down. I don't remember it. But the Department of Education's budget is like 3 or 4 times what it needs to be, and yet teachers still ask us to buy notebook paper.
Well, there are issues with allocation. There's issues with administration. There are like so many
It's
different
almost
things.
all administration. It's just all of these. It's all of these people that just
admin,
soak up. And by the way,
admin gets in the way of teachers too. Teachers like also don't like admin.
They lose 10
screwing them over.
For the last 10 years, they've lost at least $8 billion a year that they cannot account for. $8 billion. That's a lot of fucking money. That's a lot of fucking money. Like $8 billion.
Yeah, I think it's
missing consecutively every year for 10 years. It's not always 8 billion, and sometimes it's 9, sometimes it's 10, whatever. But for the last 10 years.
Oh, I agree.
That's
it's horrible.
Insane. And while we're spending, somebody will correct me in the chat, but I think we're somewhere around $700 billion a year on education. $700 billion a year. That's a lot. That's almost 4 times as much as we've sent Ukraine to fight a fucking war.
I mean,
every year on
see
on education, and yet we have people who graduate high school that read at a 3rd grade level and can't do fucking algebra. Can't balance
write a paper. Actually, new problem. They can't write papers. They can't make arguments. They can't read books. They don't read any books for fun.
Yes,
I agree. There are like tons of issues. I absolutely agree. Tons of issues. I have so many opinions about the education system. It's not even funny.
You're gonna be a constitutional conservative, baby. I can feel it.
I'm not going that far. But
do you believe in the Constitution of the United States of America?
I mean, it exists. I don't even.
But I mean, do you believe in what it says? Do you believe in the laws that it lays out, or? I
think so.
We're gonna have a good.
I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I don't know all the law. But anyway.
Let me read this from before we get too far afield, because Clover Tack made making this. Get rid of this law, get rid of that law, but more gun control. Yeah, it makes sense. You came in late. She said that she used to be a gun control person and now she's not.
Yeah.
You missed it. You missed that part, Clover Tack. But it is a natural assumption because the raging leftists, that's
Yeah, I think there are also just a lot of issues when it comes to the legislation on guns right now. And I mean, let's not even bring in the fact that they keep, talking to, the NRA about gun laws. And
the NRA is horrible.
There are so many fucking issues. Yeah. And the NRA,
the NRA sells out gun owners every chance they get.
And it's just like, even the laws they don't even make that much sense, because the categorization assault rifle, compared to, how, there are just so many different ways to measure a weapon that include actual information. Yeah. That include actual information about the weapon. So, I think legislation around guns is really, really messy. I don't even know where I stand on any other regulation, just because I don't know. Again, I used to be so anti-gun, but I would say that was in my late teens, really early 20s, maybe 21.
How old are you now?
I'm 29.
29. Okay.
Right. So I see that. I also agree that I agree that it is through force or through implied force that our laws are reinforced, that they're enacted, So yeah, when it comes to the common sense gun laws, I just think a lot of them, again, are made based on literally no real classification of guns. They're all based on fake classifications that exist only in law. They can be if you can drill a single hole in your gun and it's a different classification, I think that's obviously going to be an issue. There should be, I don't know. And just why people enact gun laws too. I think sometimes obviously, I think when there are, different events happening of certain kinds,
Well, that's an actual.
I understand the fear, but yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
if guns are the
they
only
let the
answer.
facts. They don't let the facts in, right? Like, there's an interesting thing. So now now obviously it's a new
And clover
year.
tax, good point.
Yeah, clover tax.
I
Clover tax.
I really don't know where I stand on every single piece of
Yeah.
legislation regarding guns. I just know in general,
Yeah.
I
So
think
here's
I think they're messy. I think they're
if someone's ever really talking to you about the school shooting thing, here's the thing to remember. Now, last year, 2015 or 2014, or pardon me, sorry, fuck, I'm way off. 2020, there was, oh wait, 9. Oh, no, pardon me. How many children do you think died in school shootings last year?
last year. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know because I know there was one almost every single day, or at least one for every single day because I saw a counter. It was like literally 364 when I saw it like a
No,
couple
there were 9.
weeks.
There were 9.
Really, I saw a newscast that literally
Yeah,
listed
yeah, literally lying,
364.
literally lying. So there were 9 kids killed actually in
Oh
actual
yeah,
school.
I was just saying the actual events occurred.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
Not that.
There was a lot
Sorry,
of
to be clear.
scares.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
were a
yeah,
lot of
yeah.
scares.
That's what I meant. Is that it said there were like campus events of like
Yeah. But
364.
but a lot of
Not that
those
that's how
campus
many people
events
died.
are just somebody carried a gun on the school accidentally, and a lot of them were on colleges, which technically is weird. But yeah. So that's interesting. I didn't look up that statistic, but that's an interesting statistic. I like that. But do you know how many kids were killed in crosswalks?
I don't know how many.
Over 90.
Well, time to make crosswalks illegal.
And the women who drive the SUVs. Okay, we need to ban SUVs, ban the women that drive them. Obviously, it's
There
a
have been
assault vehicle. So
okay, December 31st, 2024. Another site. There have been 228 school shootings in which at least one person was killed or injured since 2018, and 39 incidents are listed here, but it doesn't actually say more. Anyway,
yeah, it's just an
I think
interesting little thing, but it's the way the media, and that's actually a really good kind of path to chase down. Do you feel like the news media is highly warped? Absolutely. Yeah.
I think the news media benefits from all of us being fucking crazy and hating one another and not actually like focusing on the legislation that's going to affect us the most in the future. And that's not to say I don't think some of these social policies are important because I do. But I also think, social media included, a lot of these places benefit from us being divided as a people, so that bigger companies can pass legislation that benefits them and screws us over as workers. Because from the perspective of people who have the most money and people who have the most power in the country, we are workers and consumers, not citizens. And so they benefit from us,
Correct.
fighting with one another instead of using our collective power.
That's actually a really intelligent thing for a leftist to say. What's really interesting is the number of people who will just accept any statistic. Like the statistic, Silver Ogre says those school shooting stats include self-enders in parking lots while school is on summer break.
Yeah.
Like how disingenuous can you be, right? Like it's anyway. It's divisive,
also,
right?
that is a different event. Like even if it's something alarming, that's a different circumstance that would require a different approach.
I don't want to take anything away.
Of the issue. Yeah, well, that's I agree.
I don't take anything away from people who end themselves. I don't want to minimize that, but at the
That's a
same
different
time,
problem.
it is a
The
different problem.
That's the
It really
situation,
is.
is that, yeah, like, to resolve the issue of people who are going to schools so that they can like perpetrate an attack against a bunch of children is different from people going to a parking lot of a school to end themselves. Like, those
Right.
are two completely different
Both make a statement, though.
situations. Yes, they both make a statement, but they require completely different approaches to how to resolve the problem, which is
Yeah.
why, again, when it comes to gun laws, I feel like a lot of them, while I understand the approach to it, leave a lot to be desired, because they're just not resolving the issue. And it doesn't even seem like there are like multifaceted approaches to resolving it.
Yeah.
It
Well,
comes
we don't.
across like it really is just, well, if we take away the guns, they'll stop doing it. And it's like, okay, but they could still like bring like other weapons. Like,
Well,
it's not like the gun is the only thing.
literally, the number one weapon used to, delete people are blunt objects.
Hmm. Yeah,
Like,
and I mean, even then, like, people are talking about. I mean, I don't want to get too much into it, but like,
yeah,
there are other weapons that exist that people
yeah, yeah.
use.
Oh
That
yeah,
people use.
I own most
That,
of them.
yeah, exactly. That people use even to target large groups of people, and that's not to say it's good. It's just to say it happens, and making one of them illegal probably isn't going to be the end all be all resolution to the problem. It's
Yeah.
just such a complex problem, like the one we're discussing. I don't know how much I can say. I don't want to like get your stream tagged or anything, so I'm trying to be.
Apparently, I'm already like Arctic Timberwolf was telling me last night that there are certain words that you can't say in my chat, so I'm already I'm on all the lists. Don't worry about it. I've been there, comfortable. It's a good neighborhood.
As long as you're good, I'm good.
you
I just
know,
want to be careful.
I got me and the ghost of Rush Limbaugh over here. So, so I got to ask a couple more things, and then I don't know. We'll let some people come up and chat with you. I don't know. But so you're what's where do you stand on as a raging leftist, a proud raging leftist? Where do you stand on the tax situation? And I heard you talk about welfare earlier, and you believe in welfare, but do you believe in the current welfare system as it is, which is funded with tax dollars, or would you like my personal slant is I believe that communities, because I was a beneficiary of this, communities through churches, through outreach system, not systems,
Other
but
organizations,
organizations
reach
and
out and
private organizations rather than public organizations where you don't have 10 directors taking a salary. Like I don't donate to the United Way, because the guy who's the CEO of United Way paid themselves, like back in the day, like $1.5 million. Like, what the fuck?
I will say I don't want to give up too much of the argument too early on, but admittedly, I'm look, I mean business about this debate, but I will say I'm not against
right,
like
yeah, you're doing
taxes.
welfare, right? Yeah, I got
Yeah,
you.
I am doing welfare. I'm not against taxes being used to support people. I think the current welfare system is messy, but in the same way that most government run
Again,
programs
yeah,
are
so I'm a
really
small government
messy.
guy. I believe we just nuke it all, go back to the Constitution, start building back up just line item that we need. Like the IRS needs to go. You already have the Department of Commerce. Why do we need the IRS? I don't understand that. It's weird. But, there's all of this redundancy in government and people
Which is
doing things that don't matter. So,
I mean, I don't know where I stand on all of that, but I don't
I'm putting you in a
know
hot seat.
if
This isn't like you're going to lose a
I
debate or
understand.
anything.
I don't know if private charities meet the needs of people. And I also, when it comes to churches, I actually think that's one thing people need to keep in mind. Actually look into, if you're donating to your church, look into what your church is actually doing, because there are a lot of churches that they say they're donating, but it's actually not going towards like the local community, or maybe they're donating stuff that actually isn't needed or helpful, or you know, it's going into like some church group. It's not actually going to people in need in the community. That's not to say don't support your church. Do whatever you want with your church.
Well, there are
But
very specific churches that
yes, look into what your
very
churches
well with
are
that.
doing. Yeah. I agree. I'm not saying that churches never do good. Just look into what your church is doing if you're bringing stuff to them, because it's like a toss up sometimes. I think, you know, some churches are going to be, obviously, some churches are going to be better at it than others. Some churches are going to know more about like the local community outreach than others. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean, I think it's good to support your fellow man, your fellow neighbor. I think it's good for society at large. And so I like the idea of supporting people, because I think that's how we move forward.
I mean, it's interesting because I have benefited greatly from my local church, right?
Mhm.
In my youth. Not just because they gave me stuff and they, you know, they're, you
It's a
know,
community center too.
literally put clothes on my back, but also, you know, they gave me a place to go. You know, I was on the church basketball team. I basically had free access to the church, where I could go read and all of that, and study and do anything I wanted to do. So I benefited greatly from that. So I believe in that system far more than I believe in anything else. I don't believe in private, these organizations, these massive, other than the Shriners. Like the Shriners, documented, every dime you give them goes to whatever charity they're doing it. Like every dime, like all those little cool cars they drive around, they all pay for those themselves. They're not, you know, so you know, like Shriners, 100%. Give those guys money. They're good. United Way, I mean, it's somebody broke down once how little money actually goes to the end. I would rather just go give a guy $20 than put $20 in the bucket. So, um, and but the government's the worst at it. You know, the government is literally the worst. And
They are the worst, but I don't know if that's necessarily because it's the government or because we just have like a government that's shitty at it. You know what I mean? Because the government still has the most
yeah, but
access
every
to
government's shitty at it. like
Mm.
even
I just
Norway's shitty at it. Like everybody uses a Norway model, and I got hit with the Norway model yesterday, so I'm a little salty about it. But even the Norway model, you know, something like like if you get injured or something, if you're a low income worker and you get injured or something, and um, it's so hard to get rehired, and for so little money that people will literally just stay unemployed. 80% unemployment, or
mm,
80% of the low wage earners just would rather just live off the government. So that's not better. And it's billions and billions of dollars of waste. And I mean,
I
again,
don't want to get too deep in the
yeah, look, I don't want you to get into your welfare argument. I'm just going to use the government overall. We can take any agency of the government, any of it, and it's massively wasteful of taxpayer money. Now, here's the thing. I personally take offense to that. I don't think Democrats often do, because I think Democrats feel like that it's always somebody else's money, and they're just going to, like, some rich guy is going to be paying more anyway. And so who cares? Fuck those guys. But shockingly, I'm one of those rich guys. You know, I actually paid, it's a good thing you're sitting down. So I actually paid last year, for this past year. Now my wife was a W-2 employee, so she had withholding, right? So
Mhm.
the government stole so much money from me that they had that even though we paid a little over $250,000 in taxes, they refunded me $98,000. So
Wow.
for a year, the government had $400,000 of my money.
Well, Okay, again, I don't want to get into a welfare argument. I don't want to get into the welfare argument that I have. But look,
Do you know how
I
many
hear
people I
you.
could hire?
I'm glad you were refunded the money that you deserve to have
That I
refunded.
overpaid?
Specifically, I actually personally, I don't even have issue with my withholding being over, but I also am poor, so my withholding has never been that crazy. I've never been like
Right,
that much
right.
money. My withholding has been like, oh, here's $700 we owe you. Here's a
Yeah,
couple thousand.
right.
It's
No,
never
I got
something
you.
like that.
I got you.
But
Yeah, 98,000 is a big number.
yeah. But yeah, we're getting on so many points that are like deep in my
Yeah,
welfare
we
argument.
don't have to talk about welfare. We can just
I hear
talk
you.
about just general taxes.
I think there are obviously issues in the government. I think it's a big system. I think there are.
It's too big.
There is waste, and I think there are a lot of problems that need to be resolved in it. I think it's like a gummy system, and I think there's also a lot of modern technology, like computers, like the internet, like that some of this could benefit from. I honestly think if the government just had an IT agency, we would be like in a new
Elon
world.
Musk going in and throwing out those 1970s and 80s computers and putting
I
in
said,
new ones?
if we had an IT agency, if that's the only thing Elon Musk did, I would support Elon Musk. If that's all he did, if all he did was bring them new computers.
Well, he did that and some other things, but everything he's done has been awesome so far. I mean, literally everything he's done.
Disagree again. However,
okay. You can disagree.
Yeah, but I
can't think of anything that he's done that I disagree with. Like he got rid of USAID. USAID was a fraudulent agency, front for the CIA, slush fund deals. Do we really believe that we sent a $500 million worth of condoms to wherever the fuck it was, like Outer Mongolia or whatever? I don't even know what country we sent them to, but do we really believe that we did that? Do you think that there's I
have no idea where condoms may or may not have been sent by the government, by the U.S. government. I don't know. You know what? I will say though, the condoms from the U.S. government I do support are the condoms that were given to the military men. That's like one of the first mass spreading of condoms was because people were like, please don't get syphilis in another country. Come back clean, please.
Yeah, I think that's been a while. But I mean, anyway, that's Smoking Spaceman. That's funny.
Oh my goodness.
But I mean, come on. I actually support pretty much everything he does. I think people are mad because of of his personality is just so just too dry,
cringy, bro. It
is a little, right? It is. It is a little. It is a little. I gotta admire his. So he's taking this repopulate the earth thing to like the next level, and he's like, I'm not even going to stick my dick in you. I'm just going to give you a vial of semen, and I don't want to have sex with you at all. Like that's weird. But you kind of got to admire the guy's balls for just saying that. Can you imagine that conversation and how that goes down?
That is wild. I couldn't even. He comes over. He doesn't even take his clothes off. He just hands you a turkey baster. Like, come on.
I mean, but I don't even think he came over. I think he had it delivered. I mean, what do you think? I mean, come on.
True.
This was all done by email. He's like, hey, you're hot. I'd like you to have a kid. I'll pay for the kid's entire 18 years worth of expenses.
See, that is bizarre to me. I think it's bizarre.
It is bizarre. No, it is. No, it's fucking bizarre.
Yeah, but there are some things that he's
every
done
time I start thinking I'm a little weird, I can just look at other people and there's some motherfucker that is weird as fuck. And Elon's typically in the top 5, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, have you seen him dance alone?
No, but I have a friend of mine who's from the Bay Area, and they used to kind of hang out with Elon's crowd, and Elon actually was at a party playing guitar one night. I didn't know he played guitar.
Oh, interesting.
And he played guitar one night, and I'm like, let me get this straight. You're at a party and Elon shows up and he's over there fucking playing acoustic guitar. Is it like the 70s or some shit? What's going on?
That's
You know, like,
insane.
I didn't think that got chicks anymore. I'm gonna tell my son to practice his acoustic guitar.
You know what? It actually probably does just a little bit. I mean,
Just a little bit.
yeah, maybe Guitar Hero, maybe for the young kids out there, for like
Guitar
the
Hero.
kids.
Yeah, my
But
kid.
for
I have a
for
14-year-old that's
yeah,
taller
for
than
the
me.
teens, maybe he needs to learn Guitar Hero, next level Guitar
Yeah.
Hero, and then he can FaceTime somebody, be like, "Look at me play Guitar Hero, next level."
He doesn't have any social media.
That's amazing.
He's 14. He's 6 foot tall, 190 pounds,
Wow,
and
giant.
he's literally does not have any social media.
Wow, good for him. Good on
He
you
wears
guys.
he wears a jacket and tie, if not a full suit, to school every day.
Oh,
He
he sounds
polishes
so
his
lovely. He
Oxfords.
sounds so sweet.
He polishes his Oxfords. Like I'm telling, he wears a fedora
Oh, that's
or a flat
actually
cap.
sweet. And he's always dressed up, always
Yeah,
dressed the nines.
always.
Wow.
He
Does he have a
it's to the point where his my wife and I are like, wear a fucking polo. Like, what is wrong with you? It's 80 degrees out. Today it was literally like it's 80 degrees out, and I'm like, why are you wearing a jacket?
My brother wears
in
like
a cardigan.
My brother wears a sweater over
Yeah.
a t-shirt to school, to everything. Every day he's in a sweater, and it's like sometimes I'm like, bro, you got to be cooking in there. I could not.
Yeah.
It's a dedication to the drip, though. Shout out to your son. Dedication to the
Yeah.
drip. Okay. He's gonna go places.
You know, he wears a stainless steel Seiko or a Luminox watch every day, like an actual watch every day.
Bro,
Tie tack, tie pin. Telling you.
that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. And he's like, I'm not kidding. He's taller than me. He's at like a foot taller than his mom. And
That's like my brother. My brother's also like taller than all of us now.
yeah.
Absolute giant.
Yeah.
Also very
He's-
stoic.
He is very stoic.
Mhm.
My son is like, but he's kind of the goofy kid too, so he's just misfit right now. Like he grew so fast that like the other kids are kind of weird. You know, they're kind of weirded out. They're like, the hell, man.
Yeah.
So hang on, I probably have a safe for consumption pick. Anyway, keep talking. So what's the I hate to ask you more questions that'll lead into your welfare debate, because I don't want you to give away any of the good stuff. Who are you debating?
Fabian Liberty.
No, you're gonna get plastered.
I can't.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Well, that's why I'm like, I can't give you any of this information, okay? I
doesn't
need
matter.
whatever leg up I can get. It doesn't matter.
matter.
It's the performance that matters, okay?
Yeah,
It's what I bring
yeah,
to the table that matters.
Yeah.
Even if I lose, I'm giving it my all.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to lose. I'm
you're going to lose.
No.
He debates these welfare programs with like Casimir for hours, like next level, super esoteric. He's a friend of mine. You want to go get him?
No.
And,
I mean, you could get him to come say hi, but
it's like the most esoteric, like, oh, I feel so bad right now. I didn't know that. Like we could have gone a whole different direction with this show. Fabian Liberty. Oh wow, that's not fair. That's not nice at all. Who did that to you? Did Gibbs do that to you? Gibbs did? Oh yeah. Yeah, that makes total sense.
But hey, what is it? I don't know what the phrase is, but you're never going to get better if you go against people who are always like worse than you.
Oh yeah,
worse than you.
That's true. Fabian. Well, the thing is, have you watched any of Fabian's debates?
Yeah, I was on a panel with him not a couple months ago.
Okay. did you notice how he addresses things?
Yes. Let's not. Yes.
Yeah, because it'll,
It'll
you
be
know,
intense. I'm excited though. I'm actually very excited for it. I think it's gonna be fun. Either way.
oh, it'll be fun. I mean, 100%. You're gonna have a blast because
Yeah.
he's very he's an exceptional debater. I mean, he really is. Like
Hmm.
he's like I lost yesterday because I was like I didn't really prepare properly and I whatever. But I consider myself a decent debate guy. But Fabian's one that you know he and I can go back. He and I can probably go back and forth for like 2 or 3 hours, and neither one of us really like feel bad about it, right? So,
Hmm.
but he's yeah. So that's crazy. Fabian Liberty's gonna wow.
Hey, check in, okay? Check
Hey, you
in.
know
I
what?
want to see it
Good on you. Good on you. You know, it's
Tuesday night.
just step right in there and go toe to toe with the with with that guy. And yeah, okay, all right. It's funny because I kind of knew Fabian for a little while, and before I actually was able to talk to him, and um, he's he's just an interesting dude. So um, anyway,
I'm excited. I'm excited.
you're excited. Good, good,
It's
it's
gonna be
good.
fun.
You need to be. You should be excited because he's like I said. I mean, the best thing is that the one thing about Fabian is he is almost always good faith,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you're
Absolutely.
going to, and he will, and you have to be good faith with him because if you're not, he's going to bludgeon you about the head with you not being good faith.
Yeah.
So
I totally respect that. Honestly, I think it's always good to bring good faith to an argument,
mhm. Yeah,
unless you can tell somebody's not bringing anything back. Like
yeah,
that's really the time where I'll like actually be mean. Is sometimes if people are like just clearly not there to be real, like obviously just trying to like fuck with you or like get one over on you. That's when I'm like I start getting mean pretty quickly because it's like, you know, we're all adults. We can just have a conversation. You don't have to play these games, you know.
Here's
I
a
mean, it
picture of my
happens,
son
but
from last year.
wow, he's a polo there.
Yeah, that's his team shirt. He has to be.
Oh, I was like, thank God you finally got
I
it.
did. Yeah, I got the shot. That's all. That's yeah. He had to be in that. That was but he immediately changed into he put a shirt over it later, like a flannel or like wait. But here's a better one. This is him. Oh wait, I already never mind. Hang on. This is him at practice for shooting. Okay, you're gonna like this. I don't know. There you go.
Oh, see, look, dedicated to the drip. And
He's
the
got
hat. The
the
hat
vest,
too.
the
Oh my
chain.
gosh. Yeah, that looks so good.
Yeah.
That's a drip. That's
Yes.
drip.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm proud of my kid, man. I got to be honest with you. So, because yeah, he could be a he could wear a t-shirt to school every day or have his hair long or all the things he's not
He could
supposed
just
to
be a
do.
bum. He could
He
be a
could be a
bum.
bum.
He could be bum
Yeah.
life. Yeah.
Yeah, he has my jaw. I do have that strong jaw. But yeah, yeah, he's going to be and
He puts in effort.
when he starts working out cuz he doesn't really work out yet. He's just gained so much um
Yeah, I mean,
uh
you said he's like
bulk.
14, so
He's
it's like right around
14.
when you might start working out. Yeah, he does look older. He looks, if you told me he was like a senior in high school, I would believe you.
Yeah, everybody literally when he says he's 14, like nobody believes him.
There you go. Yep.
So, yeah. But yeah, he's fit for a kid. Now um he needs to, I mean, he does need to work out a little more, but it is what it is. mean,
Yeah, he's got years. He's got years to get that habit in. You know.
he's supposed to do cross country next year, so we'll see how that takes, and you know, so, but yeah. Anyway, so why don't I don't know if anybody wants to come up and chat with our guest tonight, Big Papa Buckaroo. Otherwise, I'll just continue talking because now that I've had a little break and rested my brain, we can get back into the tough stuff. But it seems like maybe some guys or girls would want to come up and chat. Arthur Dyer, you're welcome too. She is our not so feminist not so anti-feminist feminist or feminist whatever she is. You know. And I don't know who else is left in here, but if you guys want to come up and chat with the great Big Papa Buckaroo. So how's a Big Papa Buckaroo thing? Where did that come from? Is that like a song or something?
It was honestly just a joke for me. I just thought it was funny to change my name to Big Papa Buckaroo in one of the servers I was in. And then like everybody started calling me it. Across the board, everybody just started using that. And so I was like, well, I can't change it now. Now that everybody calls me this, it's my name. Yeah, I also just liked it's like very brash. It's it's something that honestly, it's a little bit of a litmus test sometimes because some people are scared to call me Big Papa, which is the funniest thing I've come across. It's just the handful of people who are like, you know, what do I call you? Just because they don't want to say Papa.
Oh yeah, you know Andrew Wilson's.
Yeah, I know. I saw that later. Don't even mention
Big Papa fascist.
I am not pro Andrew Wilson, to say the least.
Andrew's my buddy. I could call him, see if he's available. Come hang out. So
I think he debated a friend of mine not too long ago.
Yeah, he just destroyed some Oliver guy.
No idea.
So
no idea.
Yeah, male feminist.
Of course.
What's up with? So let me ask you something here.
Mm-hmm.
Guy rolls up, and he says, "Hey, I'm a feminist too. Did I do anything for you or your friends?"
On its own, no. I mean, like just some guy going up and being like, "I'm a feminist." So
no,
like,
like you're having a good conversation. You're kind of feeling, like, oh yeah. And he says, "Hey, I'm a feminist too." What's that?
Not really. I'm a bit of a, you have to be able to walk the walk.
You have to change the tire. You have to be able to change the oil, do all the mechanical things with the car.
You just honestly, if somebody's like trying to convince me that they're even close to a feminist, I think first and foremost they just have to be like kind and respectful towards me, and like actually value what I have to say, and then we can move forward from there. But like,
would you yell at him if he opened the door for you?
No, of course not. I think that's just kind. I just see that as a kind thing to do. I open the door for people often because I think it's nice and respectful. So somebody opening the door for
a lot of people, actually.
But if I get to the door first and he refuses to walk through it because I've opened it, that's a turn off. For me personally, I've had guys say that, and I'm like, bro, it's a fucking door. Like, are you really this scared of walking through because I'm opening it? Like, come on.
That is weird.
Yeah.
So but if he gets, all right, let's say that you guys get there kind of at the same time and he doesn't even act like he's going to open the door for you. What is that? Where are you at on that?
I don't really mind. Like,
okay.
I'm not really watching a guy as he approaches the door to assess his door opening choices. If I get to the door first, I'm opening it. That's really all it is. If he gets to it before me, he can open it. But if I'm there, I'm not going to like wait for the door to be open.
What about your car door? Do you want your car door open?
That's again, like if he's there, fucking open it. I don't care. Like but I'm not.
So chivalry, as far as you're
for me.
Yeah, chivalry, as far as you're concerned, is dead. Like you don't care.
I think there are probably like I just see it as like something kind and considerate and respectful. So if you want to be kind and considerate and respectful to the person that you're taking on a date, then there are some actions that you might do, which can include opening their door. And so that like on its own, I'm not going to lose it if somebody doesn't open a door for me because
Sure.
I just see there are a
But do
lot of
you
other
think,
ways
but when
that
it
somebody could.
happens, yeah, maybe I framed this wrong way. So if you're out with some dude,
Mhm,
I assume that you date at least occasionally
mhm,
in your
mhm.
private life.
Yeah.
So if you're out on a date and you go out with one guy, good looking, whatever, but kind of self-absorbed, kind of self-centered, doesn't open the door for you, doesn't really seem to think twice about being anything more than just passingly polite,
Mhm.
uh, and is really like kind of the what's the word I'm looking for here? Kind of a almost like a Chadley sort of dude, right? Kind of full of themselves, but not but you're still interested. But then you have another guy, same level of physical attraction. That's it. That's
Mhm.
easy, and little less self-absorbed. Opens the door for you, calls you to see if you got home okay. If he puts you in an Uber, does all of the things that we would associate with romanticism or chivalry or whatever you want to call it. Oh,
Mhm.
sorry, I hit my mic there. Um, does that who wins?
Obviously, the romantic guy. The
Okay.
more respectful, more chivalrous. I think being self-absorbed is a massive turn off. I think people who are
Mhm.
like, um, who are just openly, like blatantly narcissistic, it's just a really
Mm,
unlikable trait in people. I just don't
mm.
like it.
Okay.
Um, you know, to me, it's less like, oh, you have to like meet these expectations and do all of these things like,
Mhm.
chivalrous behaviors where like like I said, if you're at the door first, open the door, obviously.
Yeah.
I've had men open the door for me,
But what if they
but
took
when
two
it
extra quick steps to get to that door first so
no,
they
that's
could
fine.
open it?
I
Okay.
I was actually gonna say, if you want to open that door for me, you better get to it first.
Right.
Okay, I don't care how you get to. I mean, if you book it, like, don't break a sweat. That might be a little too much. But like, if you want to open the door and you want to get to it first to open it for me, then I'm like, oh, that's
I,
very nice of you. Thank you for opening the door.
but what if it's
Um,
not like he wants to do it? It's just his habit. It's he's just that's the way he was
well, that's
raised.
that's also fine. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
I
But
again, that's why I
is
say
it
it is a sign
added
of respect.
value
It
or
is
is it just like
kind.
whatever?
If it's just opening the door and he has like all the other same benefit, all the other same
Hmm.
attributes, then maybe not that much. But
Mm,
if he opens the door for me, he checks in on me to make sure I got home safe, he does this and that, like I would see that as positive. Even the door opening, I would be like, oh, that's nice. It's just not something that would
mm.
stick with me unless there was like a pattern of behavior. But
Sure.
I will
And
say,
that's what I'm talking
even
about is patterns of behavior, right?
even my girlfriends like will text me and be like, "Let me know when you get home. Text me when you get home. Make sure
Oh,
you're
that's a
safe." Like
great thing. I
all of my
almost
girlfriends
forgot.
do that
So glad you
already.
reminded me. So
Yeah.
glad you reminded me.
And so
So
sometimes it really is like if a man can't treat me at least close to how my girlfriends treat me, then like I
yeah,
mean, it doesn't have to be the same, but
sure.
close at least to like consideration for me,
Mhm.
care for how I feel, um, and for my opinion in general.
So let me ask you because that you actually reminded me of that I'm glad that you did because I had it earlier and we got talking about other stuff and so let me ask you this because I think it's important. Do you think that in a relationship, let's say you're dating, so I'm sure you've dated someone before for at least some extended period of time. I hope anyway. Um, let's say you're dating someone, and do you think that it is beneficial for you to continue to hang around with your single friends? and I'm specifically saying female friends here,
Mhm.
or do you think that more often than not, single women will try and tear down a woman in a happy relationship so they can have their single friend back?
I guess it just depends on the woman.
Mm,
You know, my friends probably would not do that ever.
mm.
I was even in a relationship that probably wasn't the best, but my friend wasn't like sitting there like dump your boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. Like she was just
Okay.
she was just nice to me. She was just accepting and
Okay.
supporting and she was there for me, which I think is really like unless I think friends, it's a friend's job if they
Mhm.
think you're going down a bad path to be like, yo, something's up, like you're acting different, what's going on in that
Mhm.
relationship, all of that. But I think if your friend is just trying to like convince you to dump your boyfriend because she just doesn't like it, I think, that's just not a good friend. I
Right.
think,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I
And
mean,
so my
we see
friends,
this a
at
lot,
least,
actually.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think is,
I think it's bad behavior.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Because some
Yeah.
people just want to have somebody that's like doing all the same things as them. Like I can understand why like a 22-year-old girl might want her 22-year-old girlfriend to be single so she'll come out to the bars with them. But it's like that's an option she's making for herself. That's not something that you should try to push onto her just because you want her to be living a different life. Like that's an issue you have to resolve with your friend, not
Mhm.
an issue she has to resolve with her boyfriend.
Yeah.
Unless they have a problem.
Hmm. So, do you believe that men and women can be friends?
I do, but um, I do, but I think there are a lot of people who, when they're young, I think yes, but when you're in your early 20s, I would say that's less common. And your mid
Mm,
20s, I would say that's less common, that it's just friendship. Because once you
mhm.
get older, like uh, when I worked at UPS, I had like coworkers who were married and we still and I know it's not the same. We're not like friends, but we still chatted like every single day. We would say
Mhm.
hello to each other. We were nice. I would give them, if I baked cookies for my coworkers, I would give
Mhm.
them a cookie. I would save one for them.
Sure.
And it's not, in that same regard, it
Yeah, I didn't
seems
really
like a
define
friendly,
friends, so yeah, that's
yeah.
fair.
Well, I'm
But
just
I
saying,
mean,
like, I know people talk about work wife, work husband
oh,
too.
yeah, it's
I
definitely
think,
cheating,
yeah,
100%.
like, I think you can be respectful to your coworkers without having a work
Yeah,
wife. And I think the same goes for friends. You can have friends that are of the
yeah,
opposite sex if you're just not behaving
yeah.
inappropriately with them. I think a lot of people
I don't
just
have any.
choose to behave inappropriately.
I don't have any friends of the opposite sex at
Mm,
all. I've
yeah.
been married
And I think
20.
that's pretty common.
Yeah, I've been married 20 years now, and I'm just going to tell you, I don't have any. Now, I have people that I will be there for. Like, I have a friend of mine in California, and we've just become friends because because my industry, and she wanted to work with us, and we were never able to make that happen. But we ended up talking a lot, and we're not friends per se, but we're professional colleagues
You're
enough,
like
and
friendly.
we've gotten personal enough that if she has a problem, she feels comfortable talking to me about it. But that's the end of it, right? Like
Mhm.
I will talk to people uh, um, about almost anything, but we're not going to go have dinner. Like, and I had the same thing with my employees, right? Like, my employees were not my friends. My employees were my employees. We never went to dinner together. We never hung out. I had one Christmas party at my house. It was a mistake. Never did it again. All of the things that a lot of people do that they're like, well, all this stuff causes me all this trouble. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Well, yeah, you know why? Because you're blurring boundaries, right?
Yeah.
And so like there's someone in the chat right now that has been having some problems, and I have said, hey, I will listen. I'm very good at listening, and I will help. I'll do the best I can to help you out with this. Um, and I'm 90% sure that they understand that I'm I'm there to help them, but that's it. There's nothing, we're not. And when I say we're not friends, I mean, like, I have a very clear definition of friends.
Mhm.
I have two friends in this world, and that's it. I have a lot of people that I'll help. There's a lot of people that I have been, very kind to over the years. I have the capacity for great kindness, but that doesn't make us friends.
Mhm.
We're not going to go to dinner. So it's just the way it is. And if we go to dinner, we're taking separate cars. and whatever. But I just find it really interesting how casual people get into these weird pseudo
Weird situ.
relationships.
Yes, I do agree. Because I think, like I said, I think it can happen, but I think people also just don't really know what their boundaries are sometimes, and they just shoot from the hip in every single social interaction, and they don't really think about the consequences. Like, I think most people act without thinking that much about consequences. And so when it comes to being in
That's
a
true.
relationship, there are certain principles that you'd want to stick to, and there are certain, parameters that you and your partner probably have an understanding
Mhm.
on. And if you don't have like a clear understanding, good to figure one out.
Mhm.
But, there are certain things that you just want to
Yeah.
always follow unless your partner says otherwise. Like, you should
That
assume
that
that
in and of
certain things
itself.
will come across like cheating unless your partner, like, if you driving to the restaurant in the car with your female friend was something you felt comfortable with and your partner felt comfortable with, then I'd say, like, who really cares? But if
Yeah.
you felt uncomfortable or your partner was like, that makes me uneasy, why not just drive separately? You know what I mean? Like, there are some things that maybe you wouldn't always do, but at the end of the day, like, your relationship matters more than just these random people who are coming in and out of your
Yeah.
life.
I,
So
I think it's
obviously you're gonna adhere to that.
I also think that we've gotten into some terms that I think are really weird now. Like my wife is not
Mhm.
my partner. My wife is my wife. Right. Like,
Oh yeah, I default
yeah.
partner instead of
I
wife
know. I know people do
because
that
I
all
used
the
to.
time. And
Well, I also used to always say like partner in crime,
yeah.
because I like
You
the
know,
idea of committing crimes on
so,
paper.
like, and my wife is, my wife is really awesome. And she's like super, high functioning. Um, I mean, she was a banker for a while, an investment banker, the scum of the earth, as in your parlance. But yeah, so, and she worked for the biggest of them all, Goldman Sachs. She was an investment banker at
Oh
Goldman Sachs.
wow,
So, and so she, she's
it's one you want to
pretty,
keep.
huh?
It's one you want to keep. It's a smart woman. She sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah. My wife's
it sounds like a
extremely smart.
catch. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if I said, so when we were, so we're in California, and I was there for a while I was shutting down a couple of businesses and moving some stuff and all that kind of stuff. I was basically homeless for a year because we were renting the house in Colorado. We were renting a apartment or we were renting a house in California, but I was all over the place. I was back and forth. I was sleeping on a friend of mine's couch a lot. When I was in California, I was at the house, but I was basically like all over the place.
Mhm.
And my wife my wife was um maybe a little overwhelmed with a kid, and all of that. And she was doing an MBA at the time. But what was really interesting about it is when I at the end of it, when she got out of and got the out, I can't talk. When she finished the program, she went to work in her industry of investment banking. Um, Even though we knew that she was going to have to go to New York at some point, I said, I will never, I have no interest in living in New York. We can have a place there. It's nice to visit, but I'm never going to live there. And I didn't want my kids raised there. So we moved from California to Tennessee, and that was my decision. And she followed that lead, and that's the way it really should be, right? And I don't know if you feel that way. If you're going to submit to your husband and all of that, if you believe in all of that, but I think that it generically works out the best. Men lead, women obviously can obviously there's always input, and they can lead in their own right in other areas, but in the household, um, you know,
I
at least in
just
my marriage.
Yeah, like I think it's fine in your marriage. I don't know if I would say that it's like a rule that everybody should follow or that it's the best rule. Like, personally, I think it's just whatever you guys decide in your relationship. And sometimes that means, you know, moving one place for one person's job, or moving somewhere else, or, you know, you want to take into consideration how much people feel like they want this one thing, you know, like,
Mm.
you know, if she wanted to stay in New York, but you wanted to go to Tennessee more than she wanted to stay in New
It
York,
wasn't a
then I
more.
would
It was,
say I
yeah,
can
it
understand.
wasn't a
Well,
more.
I'm just saying, like, if I wanted to figure it out, you know,
Yeah.
I would say it really just depends on
Well,
what they
certainly there
want.
can be conversations, but you don't believe that the man should lead the household?
No, I think anybody can lead the household as long as it's being
Really?
led.
Interesting.
That's why I say partner, because I would see this as
Mm.
like something you guys should lead together, because both of you are in charge of what's going on in the house, what's going on with the money, what's going on with the kids. Like, both of you are actively involved, and
I've never seen that work. I would be very interested to see if that's something that could possibly work. I do
I mean,
know that.
how many decisions in your house have you made about everything in your house that you interact with? Like, let's say you wake up in the morning, you probably have coffee, you
Well,
probably have
okay,
some
that's
sort
a
of
great
food,
that's a
you
great
probably like
question.
what
But
exactly, who
yeah,
made the
okay.
choices for all of that? I would say a lot of that is often
So
led by the woman.
I'll give you a great example, right? Like, I honestly don't care I don't even care what I eat, really, right? Like, and I make all my own food.
Mhm.
But if my wife is going to make me something, um, she'll generally ask me, "Hey, do you want this? Or would you like this?" And so that's how that works out. Um,
See,
if we're gonna go to
if she was
dinner,
supposed to submit to you, I'd say you just have to make a request and she'd have to make it whatever you wanted, right?
well, that happens too. But I generally make my own food, so I mean, it's just that's a bad example. But let's just take something else, right? Like, I don't. Um, in the day-to-day running of things, I just really don't care about the household. She takes care of the household
Mhm.
with if there's something that is, something that has to do with something big or a decision that needs to be made, I will be the one to make that. If now in like, I'm going to give you a
Which
really specific to
also
us
is
example.
fine.
Go ahead.
To be clear, I also think it's fine that you make the decisions in your
Yeah.
household. Your wife is fine with it. She married you. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
why would
yeah,
I
yeah.
argue
Well,
against her?
my
Yeah,
wife
like,
is.
I think that's fine. I think it's fine if you choose
Mhm.
to have one person lead. Like, I would never argue against that. I think I just don't really, I personally don't think it's necessary for the benefit of society at large to
Mm.
have a specific person that's automatically always going to lead the household, because every household is different.
Well,
There are tons
and
of, like, you
that's
know,
an interesting viewpoint. Let me help you with that. So I lead if my wife. So, like, for example, we bought an apartment in New Jersey because my wife's office was there and she was flying back and forth, and we were renting. We rented a couple of places, but I never really felt comfortable there. Um, it was just not really the way that I wanted to go. So uh, my wife brought up, "Hey, maybe we should rent an apartment." I said, "Yeah, I think that's a good idea." So we did that, and she mostly did most of the footwork, and but I was the one who said, "Okay, yeah, that's a good deal," all of that kind of thing, right? So
so,
that's how you kind of work together. But at the end of the day, if I'd said no, we're not going to do that, it would have been no, we're not going to do that.
but isn't that true? Like, I guess I wonder, would you have forced her to do something? And I'm not saying this in like
Hmm.
force her to do something, but like, let's say she didn't do the legwork. Let's say you
Hmm.
did the legwork, and then
Hmm.
she said, "No, I'm not going to live there." Would you say, "I don't
She
care, we're
wouldn't
living
say that.
there"?
I don't think she
Well,
would say that. She might
I'm not
say that
asking if she would, though. I'm asking what you would do if she did.
if she did that.
Yeah.
Oh, I would just say no. This is the way it's going to work. This is the end of it.
And
Like,
do you
there's
think she
no.
would?
Well, either she accepts my leadership or she doesn't. Right.
Reasonable. Yeah. Uh, but that's why I say, like, I understand, and I think again, like to each relationship its own. I'm
Hmm.
not really particularly concerned about other people's relationships as long as they find a
Yeah,
balance that works for them, where
I don't
both
think
of
there's a
them.
balance. I think that people think that there
Well,
should be a
everything would be a
balance.
balance, right? Like 51-49, like Viking said, is still
Yeah.
technically a balance. It's just at a different level.
Yeah, Viking is a very specific example, and I'm not sure that he's on the right track there. So, but I guess, yeah, right. You can go 49%. He, how do I put? All right, let me give you kind of a real world example that's going on right now. So we're in the middle of buying a couple of companies. We're going to spend a bunch of money, right? And my wife has done a lot of the footwork on this, but every single step of it, she comes to me and says, "Hey, what are we doing here?" And if I say, "No, I don't think we're going to do that. I don't think that's the right way to go about it," we reframe and start over, right? Or something happens. And we have a case where um, I have someone that wants to borrow money from me to buy a machine. Uh, I will make some money on that, but not a lot of money. And I may end up just buying the machine, leasing it to them. It's boring business stuff. But um, at the end of the day, my wife and I talked about it today, and I'm like, hey, I think we will do this if it makes sense, if his financials, check out and everything's good. I want to help the guy out. It's not a charity case per se. We're going to make money, but probably not going to make what we'd like to make. Or when we invest money. She asked me specifically, do you think we ought to spend with $60,000 this way? And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get a massive return, but I'll get money back. And there's some benefits that may open up down the road. And if not, I sell out and I exit and I'll make a little bit of money. I won't make, whatever. And she said, okay. And then she came back a little while later. We talked a little bit more about the numbers, and she brought up concerns that I had to address. I didn't have to address, but I did address. And then we both left off with, hey, we're going to look at these numbers and go ahead. But at the end of the day, if I just say, hey, I'm going to give the guy $60,000, that's it. If I say today that I'm going to go out and buy a Lamborghini because I think in 2 months it's going to be worth more money, that's cool. But if I just say I want to go buy a Lamborghini and put it in my warehouse and not look at it for 2 years, that's going to be the decision it's made. But the thing is that the people who have your opinion have never really trusted anyone and never really understood that the person that they're talking to has the absolute your best interest, my family's best interest at heart. I will suffer.
I was going to say that is just like a level of trust that you develop over time. Yeah, it's just knowing that somebody's going to make the right choice. Because like when you're saying she's asking my position about, like, no question about it. Like if she trusts your business decision, then like why not? And that's what I'm saying. I do think it is just about the specific relationship, because it's about the trust that you guys can develop with one another, and about being sure that they have that they're going to make the right decision, and that's why, actually, just like Zai said, ZDDN, I actually absolutely agree. That is why you have to be careful in picking a partner. I don't agree that everybody is careful. Many people
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, especially the younger you are, the less likely you are to be careful. This is also why I don't like. I mean, if you want to get married while you're young, get married while you're young. But why I personally would suggest against it, because exactly, it is about being careful when you pick your partner. It's about picking somebody who will make the decisions that you trust, who, like, when you meet them, you guys agree on certain things that align in the right way, where like they're not going to make decisions that you're like, what the fuck did you just do? I can't believe. Yeah, like, that just is a part of finding the right relationship.
Well,
also,
I mean,
clover tack, no, it is not the right way. That's the
for
worst
some it
way.
is. He got married. I mean,
for some people it works, but it's not something I would prescribed for the average person, because I think the average person is actually very bad at picking a partner when they're
Yeah,
20.
but so I
You
have a
know?
whole theory on this. You want to hear a good theory? You're going to love
Sure.
this. Okay. So when I was younger, and I like to think I was actually smarter when I was younger than I am now. I think I've lost so I've lost a step along the way. That's okay. When I was younger, I went to a military school. I got out. I had fun. I looked good in my uniform. You know, women like me. And when I got into college, I somehow avoided the like a lot of my graduating class were married within
Yeah.
weeks of
Yeah.
graduation, right? Like a massive amount. Like, this is
Which
back.
is crazy to me.
It is
Every time I
nuts, right?
see that, I'm like, you guys calm down a
But I
little bit,
know
please.
there's still people that are married. Like
Yeah.
they've been there married now like 30, 40 years.
Oh,
And I'm like,
absolutely. Yeah,
anyway,
but that's the thing, is that it is stunning when those relationships do
but
last.
I have a theory on this. And so let me, I'll just go through as quick as I can.
Mhm.
So when I was in my early 20s, I met two girls that I really loved, and I almost got married twice. The first one, her mother passed kind of at like the peak of our relationship, I would say, and um, she went to pieces. Like her world just
Yeah.
went, and you can't fight that. I don't care who you are. Like that's just you're done.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
absolutely.
the second one, kind of a similar thing happened but she flipped a car and had like this like serious near death. Like she thought she was going to die and she
Oh,
s-
yeah.
freaked
It's also
out.
scary.
And you can't do anything about that either. I mean, honestly, these are like, look, I could come back from, you know, she thinks Tony down at the drive-in is pretty cool or whatever. I could come back from that, but it's rough when like the universe interferes, right? And so I was
Absolutely.
like, but by that time I think I was 23 or 24, and I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not getting married. I'm obviously not meant to get married, so I'm just gonna fuck a bunch of bitches. And I did for the next 10 years.
Mhm.
When I was 34, I had this girlfriend. I actually had a girlfriend rather than just, somewhere to, never mind. I was really crude.
To sleep.
Huh?
Somewhere to sleep.
Yeah. Um, and, so I had this girlfriend and I was like, wow, I could actually have a relationship. I'm more settled. And basically what I did is I just decided that I was going to sacrifice everything for my career, and I didn't want a relationship. I didn't have a hobby. I didn't take a vacation. Of course, and it could be argued that I was on vacation all the time, but I think it's a bad argument. And so I basically just did everything I could to be the absolute best in my industry, and I was. So then I get into this relationship, and the only thing that kind of held me back, there were two things. First, I had a kid, ex-husband, little. And I was like, nah, I don't know. That's weird. I'm not gonna do that. And when I was actually dating, I started dating like kind of seriously, and I figured out really quickly that all the women in my age range, I was 34, they're psychos. They got a lot of baggage. They're fucking wrecked. And I was like, wow, this is gonna be rough. Like I'm gonna have to go through a mile of rough road to get to the other side to find somebody for me. But then I dated younger. My wife's 11 years younger than me. So I was 35 at that time and she was 24. And she was barely even, I mean, I don't even think she was actually 24 yet. I think she was 23 and she lied about being 24. So I think that she was cooler because she was older. I think that's funny. To this day, I think
One
that's
year, she was like, if I'm
I,
24, it'll
yeah,
change his life.
I still think that's funny as fuck. I still do. And, but so,
Adorable.
yes. So we got married and we've 20 years in, never been apart. There are some things that you have to do to make that happen. But we've done them. And, you know, I trust my wife implicitly, right? Like 100%. And there's not a lot of people that can say that. But I think that if you can't say that, why are you even dating that
Shouldn't
person?
be. Yep, I
Like,
agree
what?
completely.
Like, why are you even dating that person? And so it's and I, I think it's an interesting thing to talk to other people about, especially people like yourself, that have a much different life experience. I can't even imagine um, being. I can't even imagine being single in today's world. It would just be insane.
Honestly, I don't even think about it that much.
Yeah.
I feel like, for me personally, it's just like seeking out relationships. I feel like a lot of people seek out relationships for the wrong reasons. And
True.
I'm not, I don't want to be in a relationship just because I'm bored or because I'm lonely. Like, I want to be in a relationship because I want to be in the relationship. And so, personally, like, if I meet someone I'm interested in, obviously I want to go after it, but I'm not like in shambles if I'm single. I think a lot of people have trouble being single, and it's honestly damaging because they're like more likely to just choose a bad
Mm.
relationship because they
Yeah.
can't stand being on their own. And I think it is important for a lot of people. Not everybody needs to, you know, be alone this long, but I think there are some people that would be better off being single
Mhm.
for a period of time
You want to
just
hear
so they
my?
can
I don't know if this
have
works for women because I think women mentally are just mentally different than men. I just think their focus is different. I
Mhm.
think the way they respond to different things is just completely different. But for what worked, or my worldview is such that um, if you get married and you're both at this and you're both really young, like Clover Tack and his wife got married when I think they were both 18. They had a
Wow,
kid. They've got multiple kids. I think he's literally been married for 30 or 40 years.
that's impressive.
And, um,
That's impressive.
and and so, and that formula worked. 31 years he's been married.
Hmm.
So that formula works because you build that life together. You go through those
Oh,
tough times together.
absolutely.
You
Yeah.
go
And
through, and you are you're you're not 21 and you're not now looking at these other you these other people that have all this stuff and you're just right there. You're 18 and you're probably still living on you're living in your parents' garage apartment or something, right? Like, if you're
mhm.
smart. And so I think that if you're and I have this theory about how if you're 18 or 18 or 19 or whatever, if you get married young and you build something together, it works. Once you're past like 21, 22, an argument can be made for a little later, 23, 24. But once you get past that, you have a real job to go to. You're getting out of
Mhm.
college and you have a career to think about. You have a whole world of things where even if you get in a relationship, what kind of time can you devote to it? Right? I mean, it's hard. And this is where all of the rom-com movies are all in this genre, all of this age group of how fucking horrible it is to date in this time period. It's worse if you get married in that time, in that age frame, because again, especially if you are 25, you get married, you have kids, now you've got a job, you're barely making any money because you're new to the work. I mean, you're not making like good money usually. I'm not saying that nobody does, but usually you're not making a ton of money. So now you got a kid, maybe two, whatever. Um, it makes life rough, and that's where you see all of these people that get divorced, get married when they're 22, 23, 24. They get divorced by the time they're 25 or 26. They're on husband 3 by the time they're 30. And this is what plays out in our society every fucking day. And then you have
Well, I guess I would love to see the numbers on people getting married under, like, in 18, 19, 20, and how long those
Mhm.
relationships last. Because I do agree there is like a problem with modern dating. I guess I just personally,
Are
I
you
don't
going
know,
to go
maybe
through the
I don't even
frontal
know if
lobe isn't fully formed yet
no,
argument?
no,
Or
no, no, no,
you
no.
okay? All right.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I don't even know why it doesn't bother me, but I think it's just, I just make friends with like-minded people. I just talk to like-minded people, and I feel like I can
Yeah,
find
Clover
people.
Text says
I am a woman, so I just like find single guys. At some point, a single man finds his way to me and expresses it
yeah,
as
well, right. Yeah,
either
you're a
way.
woman.
Like
You're
I'm
a
not
woman.
really,
Yeah,
yeah.
women don't have to do anything except exist. Men have
Yep.
to work hard. Um,
Yep.
Clover Tax says it depends on the area, obviously, but basically all the folks around here married by say
Yeah.
20 are still together. Now he's in
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's also like very
I'm in
southern.
Tennessee. I would say it's pretty much the same thing, kind of,
Yeah.
sort of. Kissy Cat, who was in here earlier, I know she got married relatively, or at least they were high school sweethearts. I don't know when exactly she got
And
married, and then she had um,
yeah.
a divorce or whatever.
I was gonna say, I do think it's sweet. I think high school sweethearts. I think it is very sweet, very precious. I think if you can
Mhm.
like last that long as high school sweethearts or young, having young
Mhm.
love, I think that's respectable. I think it's
Mhm.
cool. I
Well,
just don't think it's as common for. I don't think it's what everybody would choose.
yeah,
That's the
but I
reality,
guess what
or
I'm
that
saying
it's
is that I tell
preference.
young I talked, in my career I've talked to a lot of young men, not very many young women, but a lot of young men about this kind of thing. And
Mhm.
I tell them that, look, if you're not married by the time you're getting ready to graduate college or trade school or whatever, and you know that you're going to spend the next 10 years of your life
Like grinding.
suffering
Yeah.
and building and watching every fucking penny. Do you want to put a woman through that? Do you want to, at the end of that 10 years, when you're finally successful, that she's had enough and she says, I'm pulling a ripcord and I'm out of here? Do you want to go through that? Maybe you do. Good on you. You're a fucking solid man. I was a pussy. And what I did is I bailed and I worked my balls off for 10 years, maybe a little bit older. And then when I got there and I looked around and I said, hey, you know what? It'd be really great to have a wife. And I went and got one. And then I worked another 10 years. I was able to retire at 45. And it was only because my wife was there with me on that backside. But I had to be ready for that. I had everything in place. I made enough money. I had time. I didn't live in a shitty apartment. As a matter of fact, for a long time, I had female roommates. I kid you not that I preferred female versus male roommates, and I would just rent a room somewhere. I didn't try and buy a house. I didn't have an apartment. I didn't want to live by
Wow,
myself.
you were on the grind.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I think that if men would be more serious about and purposeful about their lives, women would be better automatically. Kind of have to
Yeah,
be.
I agree. I think that is the case. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm
And
not
again,
saying that it's all
this is
men's
also why I said
problem.
I do think men should be a little more self-involved in some
Mhm.
ways in the self-fulfillment and um, you
Mhm.
know trying to live like principled lives where they actually build themselves up and have a healthy amount of self-respect. I actually do think there is an issue with men who like let women walk all over them. I think it's an issue
Yeah.
when women let men walk all over them, but I think it's also an issue when men are just willing to like lay down and take
Mhm.
it. Not to say that they should have to or that they should be put in that position,
Well,
but
I think
you
what you're
know,
talking about is men
I think
have
it's
to be
just
men.
yeah. Well, yes, I think in your words, I would disagree on the language, but yes, basically, because there I mean, I'm a person with a strong personality,
Sure.
and there are a lot of people who a lot of guys who will just like agree with me. agree with like any fucking thing I'll
Yeah.
say. I could say something crazy and they'll just agree with me. And it's like there's
Well,
some level of being real where you have
you
to
got
like,
tits, so I mean,
yeah, I know. But that's something I see is that's like when guys do that, if I can tell that they're just pandering to me, it's like gross. It's like, bro,
yeah,
have a backbone, have a spine,
right.
disagree with me. Like,
Yeah, right. Well, so here's the thing. So obviously my wife led projects that for billion-dollar deals.
yeah. That when you said what
And
she did,
she
I was like, she
submits
has
to
to be
me.
doing some wild stuff. Yeah, like she has to be like on top of her shit
So
at
so
work.
when
Like
so
she
when
is
I yeah, top
that
top
bitch.
shelf.
Yeah, yeah.
So you think about that she submits to nobody else
Mhm.
but me.
And see, that's another reason why it's nice to have a woman who's smart and who's capable and who has some level of independence. Because, like, if that's actually the relationship that you want, wouldn't you find it even more attractive and appealing
Sure.
and like confidence building, even just for you to know that this is not just a woman who chose you because she could. It's a woman who
Well, I think
chose you, but she's also smart and capable.
this is a
And
problem that I think
you know
women
what I mean?
suffer from. I think women suffer from being able to compartment. Men don't. Men compartmentalize everything. I don't think women blend everything, right? Work husband, right? Like all of this kind of bullshit. So here's the thing: if you're going to be an assertive, strong woman outside the home and outside of a relationship with everybody else in the world, that's awesome. Go do that. Roar, girl, roar. But once you walk in that door of my house, you need to be a kitten. You
I
understand?
mean,
Do you
I
understand what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, like I agree to an extent. I think you can't just I mean, if the husband likes it, then like the husband likes it. But personally, I
Mhm.
just I never want to just be walking all over somebody I'm in a relationship with. You know, I want to be in a relationship with somebody. That means like hearing their opinions,
Mhm.
knowing when they disagree with me, and like knowing why
Yeah,
and all of that. You know,
but also understand that because
and respecting that their
my
opinion.
personality is so ridiculously overbearing and
Yeah.
so, I don't know, disagreeable that my wife will fully admit that she would not have gotten where she was um, in business without having been exposed to me
Mhm. Which
because the watching my assertiveness and my aggressiveness and all of that taught her what to look for in men, in other men, whether it was real, and these are really top shelf performers, whether these are people that are fake and insecure people who are memeing, or whether it's a weak man who is probably going to stab her in the back at the first chance he gets.
yeah.
So and there's a lot of lessons like that. I'm just picking on that right now, right? Like there's a ton of things, but
Yeah.
to be able to not even be in the same room with me for any length of time, she has to be stronger, right? But I and look, I one of the reasons why I've always dated who I've dated is because and I think a lot of men are like this, and women misinterpret this a lot. I looked specifically for strong women because would run over most women,
Yeah.
right? Like my personality is so strong and so forceful that I would just get bored as fuck because these women were just too weak, and they thought they would act strong. They would yell at me, they'd scream at me, they'd throw things and act like bitches. But that's not strength.
I agree.
That's the
I
exact
agree completely
opposite.
and totally. Yeah. It's a yeah, that's like something you only do when you don't have strength and you want people to think you're strong is you like
Right.
scream and yell at them, you know. It's
Yeah.
at best it's a performance. It's not
Yeah.
really um powerful. And I agree, you know. I yeah, even though I would say I'm probably not at your level, but like I'm
You have a
similar
strong
in that.
personality.
Yeah, I have a strong personality, and I'm similar in that, like, you know, I need somebody who I'm not just going to roll over. You know, I
Yeah.
want to.
It's
Yeah.
going to take a strong man, and it's
Yes,
going to take
absolutely.
it's going to take somebody that's going to set some boundaries for you that you're not going to like and things like that. But
Yeah.
look, I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be
Usually,
your
I
counselor
mean,
here.
no, I agree because I'm just that is like my much more progressive nature. I'm usually like, well, what boundaries do you want? Because like
Mhm.
mine naturally probably aren't at your level. Where
Mhm.
yeah, so like when it comes to that, you know, I'm always trying to meet them where they are as long as
Yeah.
I'm respecting their boundaries because it is, you know, to me, it's like the contract that you decide to sign. You can't decide to basically have this social contract
Mhm.
with somebody and then say, ah, just kidding. I don't feel that. I don't feel like
Well,
it. So I'm not going to follow any of these agreed upon rules, you
yeah.
know. At that point, it's like just don't be with them if you're not willing to meet them with where they where they are and with what they want, you know.
Yeah. I think that there are different people are just different, right? Like my wife to this day finds it hilarious that it doesn't matter. People will not talk to her or they will talk sideways or even down to her. But if I get on the phone, my personality is such as that instantly there are no problems.
There, yes, sir.
Instantly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
sir.
really
That's
is. Like, I
yeah.
mean, even when I walk across the like, and look, I'm old and fat now. I'm not even at my prime anymore. And um, I still to this day, I walk, I get out of the car, I walk around, and people instantly know that this is the person that I may not ruin your life, but it's going to really suck if you don't,
Mhm.
if things don't work. And so, um, and it's just like right now, one of the funniest things is we have an investment fund in Ohio. We're buying a bunch of houses and stuff. And the CEO of that fund, one of the funniest things I get to do every day is read the text between the CEO of this fund, who's an incredibly smart man and who is absolutely ridiculously like third level grandmaster at
Oh wow.
picturing real estate markets and shit.
Mhm.
The funniest thing is watching this guy argue back and forth with blue collar painters and drywall guys and all of that because he doesn't know how to talk to blue collar people.
Yeah, I was gonna say
He
that's
just
like
doesn't.
so messy. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
blue collar
do.
is
And
like
I
a whole
and
other
so
vibe.
so the funny thing is I was like, I will take this over. And my wife's like, no, it's don't know. You don't have time for that. You have so many better things to do with your time than to mess around with this. And I'm like, no, I'll take it over. I know how to talk to blue collar people. I
Like,
do it
trust
all the
me,
time.
it'll be 5 minutes.
Yeah. And she won't let me do it because I think it's her entertainment too, because it's hilarious watching these text chains of this in, I mean, this guy, I think he's got a degree from Stanford, a degree from what the fuck is that school my wife went to?
Harvard, Yale,
No, the one in California,
Berkeley,
Berkeley. Thank you,
UCLA. There we go.
Berkeley. So he's got a degree from Stanford. He's got a degree from Berkeley. They went to Berkeley together. That's why we know him. And
Mm.
um, the and so it's like this guy is like this super high performing guy, and he's like can't talk to.
Poor
And the way
man.
he talks to these workmen, I'm
Poor
like,
man.
they're like, it's funny, and I'm like, he doesn't speak blue collar. Let me get in there. I'll straighten this out.
Yeah.
My wife's like, no, don't worry about that. But it's very funny. So that's yeah. I mean, I just think, but look, there's a lot of people who think that the problem with, and I don't know if you watched Pearl versus Andrew Wilson's debate
Oh,
last
I
week.
didn't. I didn't.
You should watch it. It's really good.
Yeah,
Um,
write that down.
but Pearl was completely off base and is really blackpilled herself. And
As usual.
the
Sorry.
problem with this whole thing is that Pearl wants to put all of the blame on women and none of the blame on men. Where I'm much more rounded, where I believe that a lot of men shirk their duties as men, and they allow women to shirk their duties as women. And if you're not going to be the man's role is always going to be the leader. Even the weakest man should be the leader in his household. And the unfortunate truth is that it's just not where we're at anymore. And I know that offends you as a feminist. It's okay. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. But at the end of the day, it's just the way it is. And the problem is that everybody wants to blame the women, and men are not holding themselves accountable for being weak, and women are not, and they're not holding women accountable for not fulfilling their role either. So it's an interesting dichotomy. I can admit that. Like, I don't have any problem admitting that there are a lot of really poorly formed human men out there. They're not like.
I just personally see that as like a new development in society. Like, I don't see it as a problem to fix, more as a changing of roles as they exist.
I see. I don't see it because if that were true, lesbian couples would be the happiest couples on the planet, and they are literally the most unhappy couples, and they have the highest level of domestic abuse.
Self-reported, about the same level as self-reported police officers abuse their wives.
Well, I think the number. I think actually the number of abuse claims came from police reports filed, but I could be wrong. I'll have to look into the documentation.
Well, I think they're reported like to the police still. I think
hey, Chaotic Truth is in the house. What's up, CT?
Hello to Arctic, and hello to everybody in chat. I have actually been seeing some of these chats. I just haven't been responding to all of them. No
Chaotic
offense,
Truth.
Casper.
You need to go over to Chaotic Truth's show. It is awesome. It's a little bit insane. You're gonna hear the N word with hard R occasionally. CT, if you would like to come up, we were technically going to do an open panel, but nobody wanted to come up. Come on up and hang out with us. I have a real live leftist here, like a real one. Yeah, then not even screaming at me yet. Had plenty of opportunity to. But yeah, come on, CT. If you've got time, man, jump on up. We'll get you the link.
I do have to hop out a little bit. Do you know how long you're planning on going from now?
I usually go to actually, I'm 15 minutes over now. I'm sorry. But I was having such a great conversation. I forgot. Clover Tack, you could jump up for a couple of, you have to catch the next one, CT. That's fine. Cool, man. I appreciate it. Maybe next time. Clover can come. Clover, come on up for a few minutes, and then we're gonna have to call it a night. I got things to do tomorrow. Somebody get Clover the link. I have a weird way that I do the panel, or the way that I manage my show, is that I don't post the link in the chat like a lot of people do. To get the link, you have to go to my Discord. You have to go to the waiting room, and you have to ask for it, and the mods have to know you. Chaotic Truth Live says that CT says he only likes liberals when they are making coffee. She's in Seattle. How did you know that?
I actually have to say I don't even drink coffee.
Really?
I don't drink coffee. I don't know. I mean, I know how to make coffee, as in like I can run a coffee machine.
Like in theory?
In theory,
like you understand the theory of coffee?
Yeah. You know what? I might be a feminist, but I used to make lunch, dinner, and early morning coffee for my ex every single day. So I knew how to run that coffee machine.
Wow.
Yeah,
you ever worked at a Starbucks?
I did all the dishes. I did all the laundry.
See?
Okay, I might be a feminist, but it doesn't mean it doesn't mean I don't like cleaning. Okay,
You're a trad.
I like being
That's
clean.
all I can say.
I love baking. Okay.
You're in Seattle and you don't work at Starbucks.
I also don't eat fish.
I don't eat fish either.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true.
But it's really just I just don't like the taste that much.
It says she seems cool. I bet her major in college was 12th century Congolese art.
My major that I didn't finish was double major in biological anthropology and neurological psychology.
So close.
Yeah, very close, very close.
That was a good guess. What in the world?
Although I actually love the biology aspect of it. I love hard science.
Yeah. I started college back in the dark ages. I started out in the I started off in hard sciences. I was doing a environmental science and technology degree.
He said hard.
I did. And so I was in the real science, and then I couldn't stand the wokeness, which I didn't understand as wokeness back then, but it was just like, it was horrible. Horrible. And especially in biology, for some reason, all of the people that want to save the whales and all of that, they all end up being in the biology department.
Mm-hmm.
And I hated it. And I don't know. It was a huge mistake. I had so many chemistry and physics and biology and microbiology and all of it, and all these classes. And I'm like, I had one really, really horrible year that was just started out with this woke chick in my biology lab and ended with a woke dude, which we didn't understand that terminology as woke then, but whatever. And I was just like, I'm done and I'm switching. So I literally, you're going to say, you want to hear how fucked up I was? I went through a lot of stuff through that period of time, but here, the choice for me came down to either psychology or business. I chose psychology not only because more of my science credits counted, but they had better looking girls.
Bro, that's down bad.
Like, I'm 100% honest. I was
believe
like,
that though.
I was like, the chicks in the MBA in the business program were like, and I'm like, the chicks in psychology, they're all crazy, they're all nuts, but they're hot. So, you know.
Well, there you go.
And that was how I picked my degree in psychology. And then I ended up doing a double degree in psychology and criminal justice. And I was going to go to law school. And then I got out of college and I was like, fuck this. I am done. I am done with school. College was my absolute worst investment I've ever made. And I own a Jaguar. I've owned multiple Jaguars. So that's that's a horrible thing. Anyway. Clovertack, how the hell are you, sir?
Yo, man. It's been a good conversation, I think.
It has.
Y'all have done well.
It's an interesting thing because I get the good liberals.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to say. It seems like Buckaroo is open-minded, which is nice, and also like you understand that you don't know what you don't know. That's kind of the vibe I get from you, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing, because if you're that way, you will eventually come around to the correct way, or find the truth and the correct answers.
I already told her she's going to end up being if not. Libertarians like the
libertarian. I could believe, and conservative. I could not.
I think she's going to end up being a conservative.
So
you start making real money, you'll be like, yeah, okay, conservative it is.
So you don't have to put yourself into boxes though, like that.
Yeah, I do. I have to. Kronos celebrates 7 months of membership. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. I have the line on crazy fine women's. That's funny. I mean, I did 30 years ago.
You know who does now? Me. Okay. Yeah. You need some crazy women. I know crazy women. Okay.
Are you familiar with the crazy hot matrix? Are you
Yeah.
familiar with
Oh
the crazy?
yeah, I am, and I know a lot of people high up on Crazy and Hot. Okay.
If
Next
you've
level.
watched the video, that was shot less than an hour and a half from here.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
at James Yeager's place. He's gone now. He's no longer with us.
Unfortunately.
I actually never had a problem with James Yeager. I always thought he was. Yeah, I mean, look, he's
He's a good dude. He's got a persona, but outside of
persona,
the
right? Yeah.
persona, he
That's
was
what I
a
was about
good
to say.
dude, man.
Is
He was
persona.
solid. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I never had a
Rip
problem with
James. Yep.
it.
Tactical response.
Tactical response. Yep, it's still there. I think. I don't know who's running it now. It's still there. Anyway, yeah. So she's not anti-gun, Clover.
I never said she was.
I know. You insinuated though.
No. I thought y'all were talking in the general and in the abstract. And
Oh, okay.
I see that all the time where people talk out both sides of their mouth, like, legalize weed, legalize prostitution, and it's like, oh, we need to ban this gun, or we need to magazine or some kind of crap or assault weapon, and it's like, well, hold on a minute, like, I don't think weed and prostitution is mentioned in the Constitution anywhere. I don't think it's a right that's enshrined in our founding documents. So, like, how can you say that about one and not the other?
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. And I mean, it's
And if you
also
don't
just like
like it, here's the
why.
thing, right? If you don't like it, then change the fucking Constitution. That's what you need to be lobbying, is to change the
So
fucking
I
Constitution,
True.
not to
Clover
install
Tack. I
gun
had a
control.
debate yesterday with an actual. I honestly think he's a communist, but he considers himself a socialist. He's from Texas, by the way. What the fuck's going on down there?
We have Austin and Houston, and
There you go.
mainly those two.
So he and I lost. I will freely admit that I lost that debate. I did not prepare appropriately. I didn't actually realize he was a communist going in, or I would have prepared differently. But anyway, I digress. And one of the things that he continuously brought up, which I thought I refuted, but I now see that I needed to go for the complete and utter Moab moment, is that he suggests that we could change our system of welfare, I guess you would say, or social programs to be more like Norway, but we really couldn't without changing the constitution, because constitutionally we are far different than Norway in many aspects, and then if we're at that point, are we then where are we at really? So I don't know. It was a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I always throw that out, change the fucking Constitution. That's what you
I
need to be
know.
lobbying, tongue in cheek. And the reason is, I don't think that that'll ever be opened ever again. I think I think politicians
Yeah.
are entirely too scared of doing that. And you can lobby till you're blue in the face and whatever. But if you want to do it, that's the route that you quit this backdoor, unconstitutional bullshit. Man up. Get on your soapbox and say, hey, we need to do away with the Second Amendment. I'm cool with it. Or the First, or whichever one. Which is the one that all the red pill talk about? Is that the 19th?
The 19th, yeah.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of them.
Whatever
The
it
19th, I
might
would
be,
say,
yeah.
is one of the big ones.
The 17th is the one that I think it's the
Oh, I
17th.
didn't even
That's the
get
one I
into
hate.
voting. Oh, idiot.
17th.
$5 came in from Kronos 420. Clover, can we make Hammer Fired great again?
Already doing it.
Feel like such a boomer for my preference.
Already doing it, man. Look at the
Ham
popularity
cheese.
of
Judge me for it.
of 2011s, right?
Yeah. I told you. They're my favorite gun.
It is officially great again. So there you go.
I did my part.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And not only that, but man, look at the high power clones, right, that have come back, and everybody gets all excited about those, and yeah, all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought. I had something that we should have talked about that I didn't, and then I got distracted by the super chat. What was it that we were talking about a couple of minutes ago? Before the gun prattle.
I don't know. That's all I'm capable of doing, apparently.
I know.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I do not remember.
It's okay. There'll be other opportunities. Chrono sends in another $5 and says, I pew left-handed. I'm sorry I have a wrong brain. I need ambi control.
There's all kinds of shit with ambi controls. What are you complaining
Like
about?
everything nowadays.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. So, Buckaroo, I'm trying to think of. There was something I wanted to talk about that.
Somebody out there in the chat, back it up to before the gun prattle. And tell
that I
Grid
got
what
distracted there, and now I'm like, it's such a good subject. It's probably too late to start it because it'll take too long. But
Yeah, I have to head out soon.
You don't want an 11-hour live stream? Like
no, I don't do that stuff anymore, man. Like,
yeah, me either.
Dude, I killed myself yesterday. I went and did. So I did my normal day shift. Then I did the Gibbs panel. Then I jumped on another Gibbs panel, and then I did the tomato, and then I was on Rob Noor last night. So I was like killing it last night, just killing it. And she's going to debate Fabian Liberty on welfare, which is going to be hilarious since he's a libertarian, doesn't believe in any of that. I cannot remember what there was something about the welfare system or crap. Yeah, if you guys send $200 in, I'll stay. I'm not sure I can get Buckaroo to stay, but if you send $200 in, I'll stay.
Right.
Oh man, what was it? It was something like that. I'm positive that she probably supports in some way.
Well, she was talking about welfare earlier. And
yeah, but she's got a debate about welfare.
I would well, she's on the pro welfare side though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm not going to be any help because I would give anti-arguments. So
I need some sleep, man. I've been operating on like very low levels.
I don't believe for a second that the government can do anything more efficiently than the private sector, and that includes charity and welfare. So while I'm okay with certain things, maybe in a coordination extent or maybe a mobilization extent, I believe that nonprofit churches, things of that nature, are able to utilize funds and do it a lot better. And I just say that because you look at the absolute waste in government. And so for, every dollar they're spending on welfare, how much waste, right? As opposed to if you look at private charities that are, 90, 95, 98%, right, goes to the actual cause.
So. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of different subjects that we could get into, like adoption and all kinds of other things. But at some point we got to call it a night. Man, I really, really wish that I could remember what that subject was, because it was like it's the second time where I've been like, oh yeah, I want to talk about that, and then I get sidetracked and forget, and then I'll remember again in like 10 minutes or 20 minutes after I end the show, whatever it is. Yeah, I also average about 4 hours of sleep a night. Voting. Thank you, Casper.
Wow.
So do you think all women should have the right to vote?
Yes.
Really?
Well, maybe not literally. Like, I think if people already have their right to vote revoked, then no, I still think yes. I do.
Okay. See, I don't think even most men should be allowed to vote. Well, shouldn't say most. I should say some men shouldn't be allowed to vote, and most women should not
Yep.
be allowed to vote.
Mm,
Yep. Service guarantees citizenship.
Right. Yeah. If you
Kinda,
have skin in
sorta.
the game, I'm good with it. But if you don't have skin in the game,
Right.
you should not be able to vote yourself free stuff on the backs of others. So it's just my weird slant.
Yeah, that's where the whole
I
idea of
again, we're
democracy
like
falls apart, right? Mob
I'm
we're
rule.
sorry.
like getting so close to the topic again that I don't even want to like dive in too deep because I really want to
Okay,
make.
we can talk about this. So we'll table this.
Yeah.
But
Let's table.
but the voting thing is always very interesting, right? Like because when I say that I think the 19th needs to be repealed and done away with. Everybody's like, "Oh, well, you don't want women to vote," and I'm like, "No, I don't want most people to vote. I think that voting
So
is like voting is
here's
we're one of the only countries in the world where everybody gets an equal vote, and it's insane because we vote ourselves so much.
yeah,
Stuff.
but something that would help with that without having to go that far right out of the gate would be repealing the 17th. I believe it's the 17th popular election of senators. I believe it is.
Well, I do think term limit. Or where are you at on term
Um,
limits?
there's a reason that we have the system was set up the way it was. There's a reason that all of the powers are checked and balanced. And one of those checks or balances, however you want to look at it, was the way Congress was broken up and senators were elected by the states, not by popular election. That was for Congress, right? And so, or the House. And so when that happened, that gave almost this pandering monopoly to Congress, right? And so it did away with that balance, and that to me that's got to be restored. Like yeah, that was the stupidest move. Um, I think that was actually a dumb amendment, and it was a power grab. Let's be honest, it's the fucking government,
Yeah.
and what are they after more than anything? Power.
Yeah. We're gonna have to have another talk, Buckaroo.
Definitely.
And Clovertack, I feel like you had a nap. You're awfully energetic.
Me, I haven't had a nap, dude. I've been up forever. So
Okay.
in fact, I haven't had much of in the way of sleep or whatever in the last few days. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
yeah, I'm just I'm high on life, I guess, man. I don't know.
Yeah. I actually am not that tired, but I have been online a while. So I'm
I
sure
have not.
Buckaroo's ready to go to bed. That's for sure. Well, of course, it's early where she's at, right? Like it's
Like
2 hours
9:30.
earlier.
I'm ready for food. Honestly, I'm a little hungry. That's about it.
Yeah. So we'll table some of this for the for now, but then we'll get into some of this other stuff
Definitely.
later, and look forward to seeing you on the panels. And are you gonna make it by tomorrow night to do the debate?
I don't think I can tomorrow night, but I will bother you about next week if that's
Okay.
possible.
There's 1 week where I'm going to be out of the country, and so there won't be one at all. And then after I come back from that, we're going to switch. I think we're going to switch it to Friday night.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Are they going to let you back in? If you leave?
Well, they always let me back in. So
You one of them?
Yeah, you're not the one that they have to worry about.
You're one of them crazy right wingers, though, probably on a list because you own guns. And
I'm
shit.
on all the list.
Just saying.
I'm literally on all the lists. Like years ago, I was moving from Colorado to California, or at least my household was moving, and I was basically, like I said, I was kind of homeless during that period of time because we had a home, but I just was never there. And I called the ATF up, and I'm like, hey, I'm moving. I know I have to let you know, and I need you to. I need to understand how to expedite this process. And I said, well, you need to fill out this form and send it in. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's all good. Okay.
Right.
And the guys, because when they call them up, they enter your name and your social security number in, and it pulls up literally everything you have that's an NFAI.
Yep.
And it's
Fucking
like a
registry.
shopping list. It's like a shopping list.
It's like a registry is what it is.
It's just like a registry.
Let's
It's
be
weird.
honest. It's a fucking
It's
registry.
weird.
Which is
That's why I hate-
unconstitutional, by the way, but hey.
It's weird.
Yeah.
And so this guy says, so where are you moving to? I'm like, California. And he's like, no, not with this list, you're not.
Right.
And so I ended up having to buy a safe and bolt it into the floor of my friend's garage, and he couldn't have the combination.
Right. Because you were individual paperwork.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. I have the paperwork, not him. Yep. I was not present, and therefore he could not have he legally could not have access. This is what gun control looks like.
It's stupid, right?
Buckaroo. This is exactly what weird bullshit looks like. If I'm traveling.
Oh, I know somebody who went to jail because she had a gun in her car that was legal in the state that she was driving from and the state that she was going to, but she stopped to visit a family member.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody just walked up and saw it in her, saw something in her trunk and made her take it out and all this shit.
Oh,
yeah.
She should have been covered under FOIA.
Yeah, she ended up in jail for like a year and a half.
Firearm owners, what is it? Firearm owners, not information, Protection Act.
That's FOPA. Yeah.
FOPA.
Well, yeah. All I know is she was thrown in jail.
Well, see, the thing is that most people don't know anything about FOPA, and cops really don't know anything about it.
Was it
cops
New Jersey?
Know nothing about most of the laws that they're enforcing.
Was it New Jersey or California
or Illinois?
It was. I don't remember where it was actually.
Oh.
I just remember because she wasn't even planning on being there. She was just stopping to crash.
Yeah, well, and that's fine. She can stop. She could even, in theory, stay overnight, but she has to be traveling from one place to the other, and that's it.
Well, that's so wild.
Yeah, but
that is what she was doing. So.
That's subject to the law enforcement. That's subject to the DA.
It's interpretation. There's some interpretation there.
How big of pricks they want to be, and if you open yourself up.
I used to deal with that all the time. So I can fly legally. You want to hear how ridiculous the nonsense is. I can legally fly anywhere in the country where it is legal with my suppressor. I have to check it in my checked baggage with the rest of the guns, but I can legally do that. But my SBR that the suppressor attaches to take it across state lines, I have to file a form with the ATF.
It's not a big deal, but it is a pain in the ass.
It is not a big deal, and it's easier now than it's ever been.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. You could have not registered that as an SBR, put a fucking pistol brace on it, which effectively would be the same fucking thing, and go wherever you wanted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is why gun laws are such a sham, and such a ridiculous,
so stupid
option to resolving such a complex issue.
Yeah, it's all of the little things that you have to know is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the world's going to end, I'm assuming, because Giffords promptly today put out a thing that said, under the Trump administration, now machine guns are legal. Which I got news for them. Machine guns have always been legal. That hasn't been the issue.
They know that. Come on.
But, I know. That fear-mongering crap,
Well, yeah.
But yay to FRT. I'm glad that guy's nightmare is finally fucking over. God. They've just ruined his life.
I'm very interested to hear or to see what happens with some of these proposed firearm deregulations. What I'm really interested to see, what do you guys not see? But
Well, I'm
I
telling
really
you, this is any indication of what Bondi is going to do with the DOJ and basically tanking a lot of the existing lawsuits from the government's standpoint, right? It's encouraging. This is maybe just the first shoot of many to drop this year. Receivers and all will be the next for sure. And then we've got the suppressor fight. I mean, everybody out there needs to be contacting. I'm not. We talked about checking boxes earlier. Like fuck the Republicans just as much as fuck the Democrats, because right now they know that they can get suppressors off the fucking NFA with simple majority vote, because they can vote cloture with that because it's a tax related issue. But the Republicans are fucking not getting it out of committee. So everybody out there needs to be calling the House Ways and Means Committee and going, hey, fuckers, like, get this shit out of committee and get it to the floor. Because to get it to the floor, it's simple majority. I mean, Republicans have the votes to do it. It goes to the Senate. It's simple fucking majority, and Trump will sign it.
I get it. I know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm actually gonna sign out here. I'm gonna go. Actually, I'm gonna probably go over and yell at the people over on Sarah the Raging Tomato, because I do that before I go to bed every night. It makes me feel good. And you guys should follow me over there, but you don't have to. I'm not gonna raid we're not gonna raid anybody out. There really aren't enough people watching left to raid out, so that's fine. There's too much going on tonight. Tonight has been an epic night for streaming. Andrew was live. Sarah's got Rob Knorr over there whooping on the Furby. If you ever want an argument against transgender, the Furby is the first one. Yeah, follow me over there. You'll find out. And Sarah the Raging Tomato. But anyway, you guys have fun. I'm pretty sure the Furby lost the debate because it's Rob Knorr. And let's just be honest, he doesn't lose debates. And yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna go to bed. It's been great. You've been an excellent guest, Big Papa Buckaroo. We will have you back. I'm sure the chat absolutely loved you. Maybe we'll get you on a different night where we can pump those numbers up a little bit. But that's okay. Like I said, the internet is just slammed tonight.
And it was
Clovertac, always happy to have you on. Go ahead.
It was fun. I had a good time. So numbers aside, it was a good night. Yeah,
you know it's you notice that even though I am literally a dyed in the wool conservative, constitutional conservative, I was still nice to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is something I really appreciate. And I do actually typically experience this from conservatives online. At least conservatives online who are streamers. Once you get into the Discords, it's a whole other conversation. But when it comes to the people who have like actual platforms, everybody's been kind and respectful towards me. Which I
think, at least from my point of view, is, it's just like when people tell me that I don't believe in God or whatever. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And like, doesn't that bother you? And I'm like, no, I'm not the one going to hell. You go right ahead, do whatever you want. Do you? All right. Like I'll wave at you on my way by.
There you go. See?
But I mean, and that's just the way I feel about it. Now, if you want to take time and learn, I'll be glad to help you. But other than that, I can't force people to do anything. I learned a long time ago that especially where liberals are concerned, they think they can force people to do things, but I don't think I can force you to do anything. I can't make you be a better person. I can't make you come to Jesus. I can't do any of that.
Within the bounds of the law or the legal.
Right. I'm just saying I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Like there is intimidation. There's a threat of violence. There's coercion. There's a lot of ways that I could force you.
Yeah, waterboarding is how we how we baptize terrorists.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Clovertac, always good to have you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an excellent stream. I'm glad for all of you guys that have stayed with us this long. Really do appreciate it. Hit the like button on your way out. Share, comment, because I do reply to comments, and you bastards, you illiterate, untyping mofos, don't do comments. So work on that, would you? And in the meantime, as always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get the